Oh man. Mystic for Hire, thank you so much. I've been talking to myself. I've been talking to myself for about a minute and a half now. I'm glad that you jumped in early and let me know. The mic should be good now. We should have sound. Oh man, thank you guys for being here early. Good morning, Rickster. We have Mike. We have Rickster. We have Boosty. We have Jeet. We have Bad Oric. We have Tone Lock. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, resident mic check. I needed it. I needed the helping hand. So we're gonna be doing an early stream today, waiting for Kang to release, and so hopefully we get him on the first refresh. We have a very limited number of cards that we have to potentially pull, and so we're hoping to get it really early on. Mix is good. Just hit 26 15 hours ago. 26. Like you turned 26, Mystic for Hire, and then Alexander, welcome. I'm glad you found the stream. So we could do Nakia. That's gonna buff up both of our swarms, and then Best in the World finally caught a stream. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So far, I know it's still early. It's a little bit earlier than what we normally stream, but we want to. I didn't know if I was going to be able to launch one after the shop refreshes, so I wanted to make sure to get one in before that. Morning, it's 4:37 p.m. here, so it's 9:37 in the morning on my end, Sindor. 26 years old. Well, happy birthday, Mystic for Hire. I thought I had Null, but I still need him. Rickster, I haven't gotten much use out of Null. Outside of a Galactus, and he feels like a win more card there. That's not what we want from the raft. Well, this has to be a bot, right? Oh wait, oh man, the Viper is actually a fine play. It sends them our way. Oh wow, so it's middle of the night for you, King Doo. Oh wow, so yesterday when we were streaming at like 3 p.m. my time, it was really late or really early for you. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We could do the Destroyer and, I mean, get rid of those Vipers. I don't know that that's the play. I think we just discard one of our swarms, and then we'll kind of go from there. We'll let Sunspot soak up, and then we're gonna try to push to win the Raft and Project Pegasus. I think Bar Sinister would be tough, but they're gonna jet out a little bit earlier. Oh yeah, Destroyer right for more Wolverines would have been amazing. We could have bounced him, what, 4 times? 4 or 5 times, depending on where he bounced to. That probably should have been the play. It wouldn't have been great for the Sunspot Modok or Nakia, but the rest it would have absolutely been amazing. I love the basket in the back. So the basket in the back it's actually blankets, but it does look like dirty clothes, and so I get a lot of comments on the videos about it, and so I feel like it's like just as staple to the channel as the haul rights go, whenever I go into a new match. So we have the Infinite in this list mainly as like a leech counter. So thanks to Dara, we've been seeing a lot of leeches, and so we have the Infinite so that if we do get leeched, we have a good follow-up play, or it's just a good pull for a Dracula if we need to like discard the rest of our cards. I thought there were toys in it. No, so it's just blankets. It's full of blankets. My daughter does like to play with them, but it's just blankets. And then I actually have a dog. I don't know if we can see it. I have a dog laying behind me. No, we can't see it. Leeches, yeah, leeches everywhere the last couple of days. That you can thank Dara for that one. Dara kind of revived the Leecherino list that he created, and so it's kind of back in action. But the Infinite is a decent kind of counter to it if we get bamboozled ahead of times. Jushito, welcome. What kind of dog? I have 3 Great Pyrenees, Ryu. And then Kraken, good morning. Welcome to the Kang waiting room. We're counting down the minutes, the hours before we can pull him and see if he's actually as good as what we thought. So we have the Sunspot Iceman Quinjet. I don't think they're going Galactus. Or else I don't think they would have played their Sunspot into Morag. We'll play Psylocke to the left. If it gets destroyed, that's fine. We're going to sneak Morbius into the middle location. Now, they have 5 energy. They could be doing Leech here. And if so, then our Infinite will come into play probably next turn. This season really puts me off Snap. I haven't Raven. Hopefully it kind of passes. I've been a part of some like bad meta games. Or like bad meta states, and it always passes eventually. I know that the Marvel Snap team, Second Dinner, has to be working on like course correcting it where they can. It's just, it takes a little bit of time. And then Minister Gold. Hey, Halo TSG, I've been using a Spectrum Destroyer you showcased a while back. Spectrum Destroyer is still really good. It's just not, it doesn't quite hold up to like the absurdity that we have today. We have the Sunspot that can soak some energy. We won't get much from our Morbius. I think we support it into Morag. We can eventually try to sneak Wolverine into a Danger Room. We can do Wolverine there next turn, and then Lady Sif would be a 50-50 between our Infinite and our Chavez. I have a mixed breed from Animal Welfare. So we have two. We got from, or we have 3. 2 we got from the same person. They had a litter and they just couldn't care for him. And the third one, the last one, we rescued her. And they're all they're the sweetest dogs that I could ever imagine. So the Infinite and Daily Bugle. We're not gonna win that side. I think we might lose this one. I'm not sure what kind of deck they're running. We're gonna go with the 50-50 of what Dracula pulls into. Depending on if these stick, we might have a chance of winning the Danger Room. And if they're Chavez sticks, I guess. Oh, Danger Room might. And then, hey, how's it going? Welcome. I'm glad you're able to jump in and join us. Early Kings Rise Up. Yes. Oh, yeah. We didn't make it very comfortably, but we were able to make it. So we're going to be... This is on our alternate account. We're almost 70. I didn't hit Infinite on last season. I didn't play it a whole lot. And so I'd like to hit at least 90 for the free gold. At least sometime by the end of the season, but to do that I have to dedicate a little bit of time. And then early stream today. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure I got a stream in, but I'm not sure I'd be able to do one after Kang releases. And so I have a meeting at 3 p.m. Everything else I've kind of adjusted, taken care of, except for any ad hoc requests that come through. And so I wanted to make sure I got one in before we went into Kang mode. And so I figured I'd launch it early. I've been using a version of the Sandman ramp and just ramp on reveal. Yeah, I think both of those are in a decent spot, depending on what you're running into. They're the ones we beat last time. They have the Infinite. Go ahead and snap back at them. So it's 9:30 a.m. right now, so it's a while. I don't have like a hard set meeting until then, but I will have to adjust some things, take care of some work things, and I do want to get a video out for Kang as quickly as we can. So I'd like to have one out before that meeting if I possibly can, because I think Kang is going to be, he's going to be so strong. I've built him up to be incredibly strong in my head, and so we'll see if he matches that. Well, they'll be able to do a lot of sunspots onto the board. Liminals, good morning. I don't know, Dad. I haven't decided if we're gonna try to do it live. I haven't done that yet, and I want to make sure that I don't lose any quality. So I don't know. We'd see. Does anyone know what TLSG stands for? So Minister Gold. I haven't prepared one, but there's a couple of origin stories. It's all shrouded in mystery. The trail location and safety guidance. That's another one, is the Last Stand Griefer. No one really knows the true origin of TLSG. So it really stands for that live stream guide, but I always like to create a new story every time I can. I don't have one. I didn't prepare one last night for today, unfortunately, but do we? I don't think we do our Dracula. I think we do Modok discard 2 times. Unless we draw into our Morbius, and then we'll play Morbius and then Modok on the last turn. And then RA Andrew, it's going well so far. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far as well. We're climbing on our alternate account a little bit while we're waiting for Kang. Is YouTube your full-time job? It's not. I'm in data analytics, and so that's my full-time job. But luckily with data analytics, I work from home. I can kind of arrange my schedule how I need to, and so that affords me the ability to do like live streams and video content where I need to. I don't think we ever win left. They have so many sunspots, and they'll skip here in... Oh, and they did a Moon Girl, right? They can skip here into a Moon Girl, or a She-Hulk and an Infinite. Maybe a double She-Hulk? Okay, so the magic does support that they're going to skip into maybe a double She-Hulk and then... Ooh, that's going to be a tough one to match up against. Kind of wish we had a way to change that location. Jamani, hi, how's it going? I'm glad you found the stream. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad you're able to jump in and join us. What decks do you recommend to climb? If you have Thanos, Thanos is really strong. He's really flexible. If you have Shuri, she's probably the second best one. And then from there, it's trying to figure out how can you beat those consistently. And so something like a Modok discard deck is okay, depending on if you're facing a lot of leeches, depending on what you're seeing in the meta. And then so they skipped last. No, they didn't. Oh, they have one more turn. Just depending on what you're seeing in the meta. Dara also posted a fairly free-to-play friendly version of like a leech deck. I have that one built as well. And I think all of those have quite a bit of potential, depending on what you're seeing and what you enjoy playing. What are the odds that I'm in Series 4 and up for pulling a Series 4 card? So it's an average of 1 out of 40 reserves, but you could go at max 79 reserves in between. And so just the way that they're slotted, it could you could potentially go a while. So they did skip. We're going to retreat out of this one and jump into a little bit better, hopefully a little bit better matchup for us. And then Jam Caillou, thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We're glad to have you here. And then how did I get into data analytics? Luckily, I got lucky finding my position. So I was actually in an HR business partner role in a pretty big company, and it was stressful. It made a lot more money than what I made once I switched, but it just wasn't. I was exhausted every day after coming home just from like the weight of everything I had to deal with. And so I decided to start looking. I took a step back into a little bit more entry-level data analytics job and was able to kind of work up from there. And so in the HR business partner role, I found that I really enjoyed like the data side and like using Excel, building macros, and like creating and like modifying that data so that we could pull and know what we needed to do. And so then that's what, whenever I started looking for a job, that's kind of what I kind of started looking within. Tomorrow's lasagna sounds great. Oh yeah, that's TLSG. And you said I'm from Australia. I'm not. Yeah, tomorrow's lasagna sounds great. It is a fun one. There was a comment that I used one time. It was the lasagna and spaghetti game, and so like the backstory that came with it was that. We get some Nakia value here. The backstory that went with it was that I was at a job and there was this guy that always brought his lunch, but it was always one of two things. It was always lasagna or spaghetti every single day. We didn't interact. We weren't on the same teams. And so me and my coworker, eventually we were bored. So we kind of made it a game of what is he going to bring for lunch that day. And so whether it be lasagna or spaghetti, and so we called it the lasagna and spaghetti game, TLSG. is one of the versions of the story that I've told. I just haven't turned that one into a command yet. I've only made 2 TLSG commands, but as I continue to come up with stories, I would like to continue to grow that. Terribly late, still gaming. That one's probably a little bit more accurate than anything. So we do have our Dracula. The Onslaught early is interesting. I think this one's a bot, so I don't think we have anything to worry about going into this game. We can do quite a few. We can do something like that supports the left, the middle, and the right, depending on where they play. The TLSG stories never get old. Alexander, you missed a few pretty good ones. For anyone that's maybe new to the stream, this is not the true. This didn't happen. But this is one I used ChatGPT to come up with a backstory and origin story for what TLSG meant, and I of course shortened it to be able to fit into the command, but that was one of the versions that they came up with. And then Scorpio, thank you so much for the follow. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Is your bot smart enough to pick a random answer? I don't Mystic for Hire. I don't think so, but we can find out. I remember the hiking one. Yeah, yeah. There was also a really a motivational one about the life success group. I haven't turned that one into a command, but that one I did tell the other day. I'm gonna add it soon. I just haven't updated the commands yet. And so eventually I would like to have like TLSG 1 through however many. That way on any given day when someone asks, you can type in just a random command and it'll give them this strange backstory that I sometimes forget is the first time that some people are being introduced to me into the stream. So I always have to preface it with that it didn't really happen, because I feel like I tricked a couple of people yesterday when I did exclamation TLSG 1, and I think they were a little concerned that I got stranded for 3 days, but we've should have it fixed now. They have the cloak. It could be a Galactus ramp at some point. That's really the only time I see cloak. And then Distracto, welcome. I'm glad you're able to jump in and join us. What deck in mind with the Conqueror? I have a couple of ideas. The liar story guy. That's probably more accurate than anything too. I have a couple of decks in mind 2 seconds ago. I think he's gonna slot really well, sadly, into Thanos. Like the Thanos Lockjaw should be. You're gonna be able to see the RNG outcomes from either playing him or the flip, or you get more value from him that way. And so I think he'll fit really, really well there. But aside from that, I have a couple of ideas to try and make use of him that's a little bit more accessible. I like to do a little bit more accessible list, and I feel like Thanos is all over the place right now. So if I can avoid using him, I'm gonna try to. I think we fight for mid and right. We can drop Morbius eventually. If we draw Modok, we probably won't use him until the very last turn. That way we can play Morbius next turn. We'll probably play out our Sunspot as well. So not from Australia. Oh no, sorry, I missed that. I'm not from Australia. I'm from the U.S. So I live in Texas. Herman Bloom, welcome. I'm doing well today so far. Hopefully you're doing well as well. I was a little bit nervous about what kind of traction we would get launching this stream, because I didn't have a video to help like cushion the traffic flow, and so far we've had quite a few people jump in. I think it'll grow as we continue streaming. But you're from Texas as well, Minister? Figured not from Canada. Yeah, not from Canada. I grew up in Oklahoma and then eventually moved to Texas. So I'm not a true Texan, but I have been here for several years now. And I don't think he is here, but thanks to Guy on Fire. Yeah, so Guy on Fire and Blitz Monkey both gifted 10 subs to the community yesterday, which was insanely massive support. Maybe we should have angled this differently. We don't know if it's going to come down to a 50-50. if they do a Heimdall, we just win to the right anyways. I think we just push all in on mid. I don't know. That's going to jump up by 4, so it's going to end up being 16. I think we're going against another bot. I don't know why this account got into bot range. I haven't played it very actively, and so maybe it dropped slightly in MMR. It used to match up to the same people that I played on my main account, but it doesn't look like that's what's happening today. That's why we get along. You're an Oklahoman? Yeah. Yep. I was born in Oklahoma. Was there for up until high school, and then moved to Texas from there. Not necessarily my choice, but you're from the Tulsa area. I've been to Tulsa a couple of times, but I was closer to like the Oklahoma City area. I'm actually originally in Edmonton, and now you're in Texas as well. What a small world we live in. Yeah, I live near Houston, so I'm like 20 minutes from Houston now, but I was in the Oklahoma City, like Edmond area. This car's gonna pull into one of our cards. I think we just discard our swarm like we normally would and just let RNG take control. You're in Houston? Minnesota. I'm about 20 minutes from Houston, so I go, like, depending on if I'm going to see my parents or not, I have to drive directly through it. Considering the entire population of the world could fit in the state of Texas, yeah, that's true. Texas is pretty large, so I guess it's not the craziest thing to have happen. So it pulls into one of our swarms. That's not terrible. That's not bad for us. We could do Dracula. We have our Modok to discard our swarm if we need to. Actually, let's do Dracula to the right. Our Morbius continues to get larger, so if we do Modok, Morbius will be pretty big. And then silences Defin. Thank you so much for the follow, and if I missed any of the other follows, I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you guys are having fantastic starts to your days. I'm glad to have you guys here. You're near Texas. You live in Germany. That's right. Ryu 2K. That's pretty close. That's very, very close. just a short trip away. I think we discard our Infinite here. The Modok is 10 plus we're gonna get 2, 4, 6 on the Morbius. It's gonna be 16 rather than having to skip to be able to play our Infinite. And then the Bow Tiger and Ice Boys. Thank you so much for the follows as well. I think we're gonna lean into the Modok. And then, so they skip. Is this another bot? That's not as much of a bot name. Oh, none of their cards have particles. But it is a bot, right? Are they giving us free wins today? I think the natural progression of an Oklahoman is to move to Texas. Yeah, it seems like it. I know several people that I grew up with that just wanted to stay, like I grew up in a really small town, that wanted to stay in the small town, but anyone that moved out, they either went just somewhere really far away or Texas seems like the most common. Fin Order, you're such a positive person and a great sport with all the fun being thrown around. I enjoy doing this. I definitely wouldn't be doing this if I didn't enjoy the game, if I didn't enjoy, like, you know, interacting with you guys, with the chat. And I like this. I like streaming a bit better than like structured videos, just because I can interact with you guys. I like to respond to comments, but it doesn't feel as personal or as immediate. Tortellini and lasagna school for gentlemen. Before you snap, were you a famous Italian chef? So I was. I have really deep roots from Italy. My mom's side of the family was like grew up and lived in Italy for a very long time. So I was a famous chef in Italy, and then there was some unfortunate happenings that I had to leave rather quickly, and so then I decided to snap instead. What's a good counter for arrow decks? 4 out of 5 games are annoying arrows. So for me, the one that I ran yesterday that did pretty decently. let me grab you the link for it. I have a video on it, but I'm going to give you the snap.fan link just in case you don't want to see the YouTube video. But if you do, it's a little bit more structured version of it. But this one, it's a zoo deck. And in that deck, you might take out Chavez for Maximus, but otherwise you can pretty much flood the board so that they can't arrow your cards, so that they have nowhere to pull them to. So that one worked decently for us yesterday, and it goes up decently against Thanos and Shuri if you can pull a good counter with your Cosmo. But outside of that, it does get a little bit frustrating from times. Hannah Cat Cafe, I'm organizing a small Snap tournament for streamers. Would you be interested in participating? The 18th of March. So if Hannah, if you shoot me a message on Discord, I'd be happy to take a look at it. I don't know for sure just yet, but if you shoot me a message either there or on Twitter, either one would be fine. That way I can look at it and we can discuss the details. Morning, the Kazar Zoo deck from yesterday got you to rank 92. You're almost there. That is incredibly close. That is very close. Hopefully you can push it over the edge in the next like 6 days or so. Cheers, we'll look at the video as well. Huge. So I enjoyed that one. I would actually still be running that one, but I try to switch it up each day just in case like the deck itself doesn't really fit somebody's play style or they don't really enjoy that type of deck or archetype. I almost think we need to Modok here, right? I like the Dracula, but we're going to be able to play all of our cards on the last turn. You should be an honorary Canadian since you're... I missed this message. Where was it? Bart, I missed your original message about being an honorary Canadian. But I want to travel to Canada someday, just to see what it's like. I'm very interested in. I haven't really traveled very far outside of like the United States. I've been to Mexico one time, but I would definitely like to travel a little bit more. The Leary suspect boost Tlsg. We're generating all kinds of new fake stories for the next time it gets asked. Did he stay in after you snapped? Who, the Hulk? Or the last match? Yeah, I think the last match was a bot. This one we may be finally going against a person. And then Saints, early stream. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure I could fit it in before Kang's release or before... I have a meeting. I have a meeting at 3, and I want to be able to get a video done with Kang before that. And so I wanted to still be able to stream, and I think the only way to fit it in was to do it early. Not SSA. Hey, how's it going? TLSG in chat. It's going well. Hopefully it's going well for you as well. I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have you here and in the chat. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day too. And you run a Sandman build at some point. So I did a little bit. The Electro Ramp Sandman. Actually, I can link you the deck. Is pretty decent. I did 2 versions of it. One is a little bit greedier. It's a little higher end, and then one is a little bit more. It leans into more heavily into like the ramp portion. I would say that it doesn't do great against Shuri, but anything that wants to flood a lot of cards, it does well. It does well against. And so that snap.fan link is for the flexible Sandman ramp. It has 3 different ways to ramp up so that you can. It's something like 96% of the time. I could recommend Southeast Asia. See, I'm so interested in like other people's cultures and like where those roots come from that I really would like to travel, but just like logistically finding the time to do it. And of course the money I've always struggled with, but hopefully we can eventually make something like that happen. I would like to check out Southeast Asia, Canada. I would like to go back to Mexico because I stayed really close to the border. My cousin was working in an orphanage there, and so we stayed for a couple of weeks when I was younger, and kind of helped out where we could. Ooh, we're going to be able to have so many discards with our Modok. Would we rather do Dracula into Bar Sinister? So they did a 0. This is a Shuri deck, right? If they do Shuri to the left, we don't need to beat that one. We just need to beat the really high power played elsewhere. I don't know that we can beat it, actually. Zero into Scarlet Witch for Cerebro 3. So I think it's the Scarlet Witch came from the hub. I think it's much more likely that they drop Shuri here. I think we lose it. I think we lose it, but I want to see the Shuri come down. You saw one of the dogs. Yeah, they snuck by. Going from one lazy spot to another. If we draw Morbius, we might be able to sneak Morbius into mid, maybe. Yeah, the big whatever they drop is is going to be kind of scary. The Red Skull, yeah, the massive Red Skull. Yeah, the Red Skull Taskmaster. We're not going to be able to beat it. We can win the left lane, but without having Shang-Chi here, it's gonna be too much. Yeah, the hand will be too full to draw a card. Oh yeah, we can't draw Morbius. Plus we have Chavez. That's right. We won't be able to potentially get Morbius. Our Apocalypse will be rather big, but it's not going to beat 600 power from a Red Skull. It's going to be the biggest She-Hulk and a Taskmaster ever. Oh, the Wolverine blocked us a bit. We gotta retreat. If we had an arrow, we could sneak it over with arrow, but we don't, unfortunately. We're gonna go ahead and jump out of the 4-cuber. I find I find the fast forward, yeah, I agree. The fast forward animation is a little bit jarring. It's just because it comes like, I don't know, it's like an abrupt cut where it happens, and so you don't really, I guess, see it coming. So yeah, I agree. It's a little jarring or abrupt. You fall in 6 ranks, even with the Dirty 30. Yeah, it's the She Naughty deck. You're 59 now and can't decide what deck to play. I'm unlucky, so no Shuri, Thanos, Galactus. So, Dara put out a leech list a couple of days ago now that some people have been having a decent success with. And then Het. So I'm infinite on our main account. This one's our secondary account. So this one's Sulky Hulky. This one I play kind of passively. This is the person that just beat us down. We're gonna go ahead and switch out. And so I have infinite on the main account. I just while we're waiting for Kang, on the main account, all we're facing is Thanos, and so I wanted to switch it up. So Dara created this monstrosity of a leech list. That's just it's a good value deck. So no matter what you're playing, it's going to be really good value, really good power. Some people have had some success with it. I haven't played it too much. Why don't they just measure how long it'll take the turn going normally and fast forward the animations? Yeah, instead of it just like cutting and then coming back. So like the Apocalypse, you can't really know how big your opponent's Apocalypse is going to be. Is Kang out? Not quite yet. We have about 3 hours, just a little under 3 hours before the reset. Why don't you pick up the rank 60 variant? I can pull it. I've just been saving them until sometime when I was streaming this account, but I'll open it after this one. Yeah, it's like 2 hours and 50 minutes. So it's for me, it's right at 1. So whenever the shop refreshes next, it should be out. Like having the animations gradually faster. Yeah, rather than the hard cut. I agree. Quantum Tunnel's interesting for us. We have the Maximus, which would draw them more power, but I think we're going to play Thor into mid. We have Shang-Chi if they get a little bit too greedy. Yeah, we'll go ahead and snap for him. Yeah, I agree. And it's better than having to sit and wait it out. Because I was stuck in some games for 10 plus minutes. So it is definitely better than what it was before. But yeah, it's kind of jarring. You don't know exactly how many times a card was discarded, what that power is going to be. And so trying to make a strategic decision from there can be a little bit difficult. I want to play Maximus and just not worry about what it pulls into. We can do Maximus. Next turn, we can rotate a Leech, which I think is going to be probably in our best play line. And then given a couple more turns, we can Shang-Chi the Lizard. And so I think we'll just fight for left. We'll rotate with Leech in the right. And then from there, we'll... Oh my gosh, they just zeroed out their Shuri. They misplayed the Shuri deck really hard there. That's unfortunate. I don't know if they realized that they did that or not. It sound maybe crazy, but I like your voice. You should do voiceovers or podcasts. I've actually heard that. I've heard I have a very soothing voice. I love pulling their zero with Doc Ock. Yeah, and then making it where they can't do that like ideal last turn play. And then Luca, welcome back. And then Sulak, Bobby, Mario, not SSA, and then Hannah's Cat Cafe. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I don't think I shouted yours out. Don't Leech, they might have Red Skull. Luckily, they played Red Skull. Luckily for us, they played Red Skull. So we have initiative. We can just Shang-Chi here. Even if they arrow or let this absorb, I think this is enough for us to win. It's also that your voice is very clear too when your mic is on. Yeah, I like, and it's not like a super fan. It's a Blue Snowball microphone. I got Jubilee put in play first turn, and she brought out Sandman. Oh, we win the middle by one because of the Weir Island bonus. Wow. And then Yukino, Safa, thank you guys both for the follows. So maybe there's something behind this Dara list. I like myself a good discard list. I don't care for Leech in most games, but I have to say it's probably pretty effective right now. We're gonna play it a little bit more, see how far we can get with Dara's list. He said he had one of the easiest climbs since playing Marvel Snap on his alternate account while running this list. So we'll see if we have the same experience. You speak very clearly too. I do wish I could get rid of the ums and ahs and like the false starts. But outside of that, it does seem to, I don't know. I did a lot of like commentary. It used to be really bad. I did a lot of commentaries whenever I was younger, and it was like painfully awkward. Like keeping the pacing, and just having clear, cohesive thoughts. And so I think by doing that, it was a couple years that I did those. I think by doing that, it definitely helped me gain some skills that I utilize even today. What deck tracker are you currently using? So I think, do I have it on a? Yeah. And oh wait, that's not the. I mean, I have an affiliate link. If you don't want to use the affiliate link, there's the link. It's the snap.untap.gg. Otherwise, I need to set that one. It comes through in an automated message, but I lose it sometimes. Here we go. If you want the affiliate link, that's there. It helps me out a little bit, but if you don't like affiliate links, that's okay as well. I saw him playing this deck. He played on curve the good cards to maintain priority, and then used arrow. Yeah, yep. That's a really good piece of this deck, is being able to really control the game. You can get information. You can take out big key counterplays. The arrow. I don't like Leech all that much, but against certain matches, it may be like the only way that you could win. Thank you, by the way, for using the affiliate link. It helps me out a little bit. They track how many people come over from my content. Ooh, so we stole a Professor X from them. Downloading right now. I have really enjoyed this one. It switches really easy. You can see the cards that are added to your deck. It's just really like easy to run, easy to set up. So I think it's definitely worth using. So they used Dr. Doom into Danger Room. interestingly enough. Do we ever just push for a big win here? We can do Devil Dino to copy back. Then we can just arrow to the left on the last turn, unless they Odin, right? Odin to the left would get us. Maybe we SRX mid. Time to copy this deck and see if I can go 0-6 again. And so with the untapped, you should be able to do exclamation deck, and it'll give you the current deck that I'm using as well. The only thing I don't like about the Professor X play is that it's a low power, low tempo. So I think we were much better off doing Devil Dino, copying it, and then playing Devil Dino in Miniaturized Lab again. So that way, if they do go with the Odin, then we're completely fine there as well. Any sub for Maximus? So Maximus, his main utility here is that he's just one of the highest raw power 3 costs. I would say slotting in another one on that same curve line. It's not going to be as good, but maybe something like Polaris is a good amount of power. In most games, if you're wanting to use Maximus on the very last turn, Swordmaster is close. But in this one, a lot of times you curve it out into a leech, so you can force them into having more of the resources, and then you leech those resources. And so I'd say probably the closest is something like Polaris, since we already have Thor in the list. Okay, I just won the first game with this. It's yeah, and I'm gonna lose the second. So now you're 50-50. That's not bad. You can climb with sub 50-50 or sub 50%. Or Groot. Groot maybe. You might be able to get some value from Groot. And because I'm logged into Untapped, it also shows me what cards I'm missing. Yeah, the Untapped, it's just a really like seamless transition. I used Snap.fan for a really long time, but there's just being able to like automatically switch between decks, and this one feels a little bit more refined. Is why I switched over to Untapped. If your game plan is to out-tempo them and win with arrow, yeah, Mr. Fantastic is a 3/6 that can grab you like Altar of Death. So I agree that it's a really good tempo card in a lot of games. And it's pretty close to the 3/7 that Maximus provides. Just a little bit less flexible because you can't stack those stats into a lane where you just really need as much as you possibly can. I think we're gonna Lizard and then Maximus. We'll go ahead and give them some additional resources. I think with this one, we're not as worried about giving them their key cards because we have things like Arrow and Shang-Chi to counter it, and Leech. How long until Kang? We have about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Is there a video from this deck? I don't have one just yet. After Kang, I think depending on how well this deck runs, I might cover one, or I might do one so it's a little bit more structured. I think we either hold Shang-Chi or we play it into the Altar of Death, but I think we're going to hold it so that we can soak with our Sunspot. Next turn, we can do Leech in the Altar of Death. If we don't draw armor, we don't have anything that sticks into the Altar of Death. I think we sacrifice our Leech here. Next turn, that will give us 8 energy. We could do Arrow. I don't know. Arrow into the Altar of Death isn't great here either. I mean, we have Shang-Chi. We have initiative here. Maybe we just Shang-Chi now. I think we just Shang-Chi now to make sure we don't get out-arrowed, out-positioned. And then if we're winning mid and right at the end of this turn, we can just Altar of Death to the left. How would you name this deck? I named it Dara, How Could You? But I think he called it like Leechaero or something. Yeah, something to do with the Leech, but I named it Dara, How Could You? Because Dara single-handedly wants to bring this back. Yeah, Morag is always a little bit sad whenever you're running something that curves really well. They have vision. Where do they move their vision, though? Do they move it into the Altar of Death? we can always try to arrow to the right and hope that they push their power here and that we can just outpower them once we pull it over into Morag. I think that'd be our best shot. No, they push it into Morag. Oh, no. Well, the Doctor Doom. Okay. Doctor Doom was good. Doctor Doom was big. I wonder, though, you want to keep priority for Arrow, but if you don't have her, you might actually lose priority for Shang-Chi or Magneto. Yeah, so depending on what you have in your hand, what it looks like the opponent is playing, you can kind of adjust how many of your cards or what you tempo out and into what lanes to kind of control that that priority. Do we know if Kang will be in the game before the next token refresh? It should be in the game at the next token refresh. Each week on Tuesday, the card is added during that first, or during the midday token refresh. It's 1 p.m. my time. I'm not sure what time it is for you on your end, though. I logged in just a while ago and was 25 cubes away from infinite. Now I'm 40. You can get them back. We still have plenty of time, Boosty. I would definitely say take a little bit of a break and then come back into it with fresh eyes. So the Ant-Man, they're not running. They are running Thanos. So they're running the ongoing style of Thanos. Our armor can't go into the Isle of Silence. I think we're just going to play it into mid. First game, first win. Hank, welcome to the stream. Welcome to your winning streak. Hopefully you continue to have that continuous streak. So we can play Thor. We're gonna avoid the Leechaero for a while, until we have all the resources we need. We have Shang-Chi, we have Arrow, so maybe we even angle for a turn 5 Arrow into a Shang-Chi mid. Just really depends on how they develop their board. My luck charm powers just become stronger whilst watching the stream. That's all you need is to be in the stream, and all of a sudden just impressive things happen. Incursio, hey, just came home. So happy to catch you on stream. How's your day so far? So far, my day's good. My day is good. It is still really, really early for me. It's a little bit earlier of a stream than I normally do, but the day itself has been good. We're just waiting for Kang to release. Hopefully your day is going well as well. You get a haircut? Yeah, I did. I did. I got a haircut over the weekend. With the Kazar, they're gonna want to keep their 1 cost. They may have a Valkyrie. We might Devil Dino mid. Valkyrie couldn't play here, couldn't come into effect here because we would outpace them with the Devil Dino. And then we can look for either a Shang-Chi, we can maybe do a Maximus and then like a Lizard, or we could even angle towards just an Arrow on the last turn. I so wish I had Magneto and Maximus. I really want to try out this deck. The Magneto and Maximus are, I think are pretty big pieces. I think you could still run a halfway decent version, but Maximus offers a lot of flexibility and just raw power. Same thing with Magneto. Does Tlsg have meaning? It has a couple of different origin stories. No one knows the true origin story. We have a couple of commands for a few of the potential meanings behind it. But it really means that live stream guy. So like, I think it was 6 to 8 years ago, I had a live stream channel for all of like 3 weeks. And I thought it'd be really funny if you found the stream and were telling your friend, hey, have you seen that live stream guy? And they were like, which one? And so during that 3 weeks, chat shortened it to TLSG for short. And I just kind of stuck with it from there. How do you get Kang on release? So right now on my main account, and I don't know that I'm going to get it on release. I have as good of a chance as I possibly can. But I have all of the cards unlocked on my account right now. And so unless it rolls into an ultimate variant, Kang is the only option it can give me. And so I've whaled out the account so I can get content on the new ones.
Hey, welcome.
And then Dynamite, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months in advance as a tier 1. The support is huge. That's actually the first one for the day. So a little bit slower start than normal, but very much appreciate the 6 months. That says some confidence in my streaming, in just in my content and in the platform and in me. So I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you on board. That trail location guy, that command is great. Yeah, every time I come up with a new one, I want to generate some other backstory. And so as I create them, I'm going to start adding them as commands just so that eventually we have a big long list. I don't have one plugged in as Tlsg 3 just yet. I told this story the other day. It was a very motivational. It was the life success. Yeah, only 2 stories. I've done a few more. I just haven't turned them into commands yet. So eventually we'll get there. Dark Raider and Sci-Fi, thank you so much for the follows. And Parple, Infi, anyone else that I missed along the way. I appreciate you guys being here. So do you think Cosmo might be better? I missed this one. Ook. How far up did you think Cosmo might be better than Thor in this deck? So Cosmo's only upside is that he can potentially block. I like Thor just because of the flexibility he adds, and just being able to have that power that you can. It's an uncertain amount of power. So similar to a Dracula, it's hard for the opponent to calculate exactly what power is going to be in that lane, leaving room for them to make errors. So Cosmo, if you happen to counter their big play, it can win games, but only sometimes. You get the raw value from Thor, like that's a guaranteed value. And so with this one, and I imagine how Dara decided to build it, is he wants everything to feel like it's good value every time you play it. And so that's what I imagine is going on with this list. I think we'd throw another Thor. If we can draw into one of the hammers next turn, we can start ramping up our Thors quite a bit. I think that may be one of our only shots. And then Fish Guy, thank you so much for the cheer, for the 95 bits. I appreciate it. Support is, as always, very much appreciated and absolutely huge. So the Leech comes down, but our Thor is not in our hand. So it's going to bounce back. It's still going to be the regular Thor. We can still continue to kind of abuse that. We do not get one of the hammers. We have 2 in our deck, but we don't draw one. So I think do we give up on that venture now? Or do we go ahead and play a third one? So if we play a third one, it's another 20 power in this, or it's 23 power total in this lane. We would have to do that and another 3 cost next turn like Maximus to even potentially win. I'm honestly glad pure value is coming back to the meta. It feels much better than the Thanos and Shuri. Sometimes it can outpower them. Sometimes the Thanos and Shuri, that flexibility, it's hard to match up to in a lot of cases. And then Roger Rabbit, are the new cards out yet? They're not. It's not out just yet. It should be in about 2.5 hours. I think we're gonna risk it here. We're gonna play Thor, and hope that we pull into the 1 out of 3 for the hammer. Dexter just released a Wong ramp video. Are there any Wong decks that are semi-relevant? So I did a negative, like a negative Bast Wong Silver Surfer build that feels pretty decent. And I haven't checked out Dexter's Wong ramp. I struggle with Wong just because it's so easy to pull with like a Magneto. It's so easy to get blocked by Cosmo. There's a lot of ways that it can just not work out. Kind of like this game didn't work out. We have three hammers. We're gonna jump out of this one. Hopefully we don't start falling down. We were really close to 70. We switched over this. I may have gotten a little bit greedy in some of our snaps, but we're still close. I want to see if we can climb as much as possible before the card comes out. I'm looking forward to the new Sentinel card. That one's Master Mold, right? I think Master Mold is going to be very, very fun. I think people are going to experiment with that, and like that in a Cerebro deck. I think they'll experiment with that in like a Ronin deck for clogging their hand entirely. I think it's just at 2 cost, if I remember right. At 2 cost, I think it's gonna be really, really strong. Quick update. I'm going 3-0. Hink, are you running this deck, Hink? And then Valimars. Can this deck reach infinite? So another big Snap streamer, Dara created this list, and he climbed infinite with it. He probably navigates it a little. Hey, eggs for sale. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. He created it. He navigates it really well. He created the original like leech style deck that kind of plagued last season for a little while. And so it definitely can reach infinite. It has a lot of flexibility, a lot of like just raw value. Hey, somehow I never caught your stream. So I actually just recently switched over to Twitch. I was streaming on YouTube. And so it's been a recent change. So I think maybe 4 streams. So you're definitely not too late. I've been getting that a lot lately as I've made the transition over onto the platform. But I'm glad that you stumbled upon it. Hopefully you're having a great day, and hopefully your streams have been going well. Sub for Maximus. Maximus is the tough one because Maximus just adds to that raw value. You can add in another one like maybe Polaris, but you're losing just a little bit of consistency because of it. I've never known this. What's up with the change of platforms? So I did have everything housed on my YouTube channel, but launching a live stream right after I release a video. So like if I created a video with Kang and then I wanted to stream it after, they start cannibalizing each other. And so I always had to juggle of like, is it a good time to launch a live stream, or maybe I just skip and let the video run. And so on Twitch, if I feel like I want to stream, I have that capability, and that I have that capability without worrying about it cannibalizing anything else. What are we playing today? So I started with a little bit of Modok discard, and then from there I have switched over to Dara's new Leechaero list that I've titled Dara, How Could You? Because he brought back the monstrosity of Leech. Hopefully not forever, but it's here for now. We have 2 Magnetos we can use. We got one from the White Queen, so they can pull our 4-cost cards. I think we're gonna play for the right. Either that or we split it with something like that. Depending on what we think their play is. If they go with the Magneto, they're gonna pull our Thor, White Queen, but if we play Maximus, it'll also grab that. It could also just slam down Thanos. I think we're gonna split it. Dara is somehow 2 months behind in the meta and still destroying everyone. Dara's next level. Dara is very fundamentally sound. He has a pretty big back history in like card games, and I think he has a really good mind for finding like value decks. I think that's his niche. Like I feel like Jeff is mid-range decks. I feel like Dara is like good value throughout, like good curve, good value throughout the entire game style decks. Content creation is way more complicated than face value. Eggs for sale. You are not wrong. I have learned so many different things that I didn't even think about when I started. Like the algorithm and like pacing and covering certain topics, because I started creating content just because I enjoyed Snap and I wanted to be able to like share those experiences and share those ideas with other people. And as it grew, I had to really learn what really drives the content, and it's so much more than I ever thought I would like dive into. But you're definitely not wrong that it's much more complicated than just like the video that comes across the screen. So I think we do Sunspot armor if we can. Since they have a Sunspot, maybe we're not gonna go armor. If they play anything really big here, we can end up hitting it with a Shang-Chi, and I don't want to block that potential. We also have Magneto if they play any 3 or 4 cost cards to pull them out of the Nexus on the last turn. Where are all the Modoks when I'm running Leech? Modok, he comes in waves. I ran Modok a little bit earlier with a... Cosmo will do it. I ran Modok a little bit earlier with an Infinite Tech, just in case I got hit with a Leech. It does okay, but I think in general it's relatively straightforward, and so not incredibly exciting most of the time. And then, Jake, you said variant? And then Guy on Fire, you said early stream today. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so since Kang's coming out, I'm waiting for Kang. I want to do a video on it as quickly as I can. And so after it comes out, I don't know that I'd be able to launch a stream. I have a meeting this afternoon, and so I wanted to... They did Shuri, so now it's a matter of, are they going to skip into She-Hulk or not? And then 05, welcome. I'm glad you jumped in and joined us. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I hear you. I'm just like, I'm here to play video games. Now you're telling me, yeah, I need to do more, and I need to like structure it in a certain way. It's a lot different than what I thought. I enjoy every minute of it, but it's definitely different than what I thought. I think we're gonna go with the arrow, and then we can. Okay, so the Red Skull, they can't Taskmaster. They could Arnim Zola. Do we think they go Arnim Zola? I don't know if this is KM Best's version that ends up cutting the Arnim Zola or Taskmaster or not. Or the Arnim Zola for more value or not. If we think it is, we can do Magneto. If not, they're going to Arnim Zola. They have the 30 power here. I don't think we... Actually, no, we have initiative. But then if they just push power here. I would like to Shang-Chi, but I think we need to play for mid. Oh, I guess you're right. We can armor and then Maximus. That would stop the Zola. Yeah, if they want... I mean, Corn Soup, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think... I think a lot of versions have cut the Arnim Zola. I personally like the Arnim Zola just for the flexibility, but I do kind of agree. I think we armor to the right and then Maximus mid just for the spread. That'll bring us up to 18. They might have a couple of ways that they can drop that much power, but we'll see. I think this gives us the best bet. Is that the Arnim Zola play? No, it can't be. They played 2 cards. It's the arrow. Into the Titania to the right. Oh, they fought for Baxter building and... Wow. That's unfortunate. They gave up Nexus knowing that it would be a close enough call that they could win the other 2. Good play from Breakbones. Did I make a command for the Discord? Yep, I do. I do have one. I also have a panel down below the stream in the About Me section that has the information for Discord as well now. Yeah, that was definitely a smart play. So the arrow for the last turn value and then just giving up the fight for mid was really smart call. Yep, armor stops Zola. So armor used to not. Back in the beta, it didn't. It would still create the copies, but they have updated it so that it only creates the copies if it actually destroys the card. Well, I'm officially losing decks with this rank. Good for me. So am I, Ook. And I know that Dara had a really good climb with it. And I know that it has really good raw value all the way throughout. But I guess I have to find my footing with it. I don't know. We'll keep trying it. We're okay. If we end up losing ranks, I have Thanos on this account that I got lucky and pulled. And so if we ever have to like rush for 90, we can just do the Thanos play. I think we're going to do Lizard. We're going to hold Maximus for 1 turn. Next turn, we can either do White Queen or Maximus and then follow it up with a Leech. Is this the good cards deck? So this is the I don't know exactly what Dara called it. It's like Leechaero. I titled it Dara, How Could You? Because he's wanting to bring Leech back into the meta. So I personally titled it Dara, How Could You? But it is meant to be like a value all the way throughout kind of deck. Eggs for sale. So I didn't actually watch his climb. Does he face a lot of bots? Leechaero is what he called it. So the first version, I know that this one doesn't feel as good as the leader version. The leader version, that one was very, very strong. But if he has really high MMR and goes versus mainly bots, then that's a much different climb than going against Thanos and other cards. Yeah, it was good when it was leader. Pre-nerf instead of Dino. Yeah, pre-nerf to leader, it was nuts. It was very, very strong pre-nerf, but from there, I think it's a little bit strong, or I think it's a little bit harder to climb with this season. But I think it has good bones. I don't know how well it climbs in general though. I think it's a decent deck and can climb, but I don't think it is as. So he said it was the easiest climb he had, but that may be largely due to bots. I don't know, since I didn't see it or watch that particular stream. But that would make sense. But it does have, I mean, it does have a lot of answers to a lot of the the key plays that we're seeing. I think it would still struggle against Thanos and just the flexibility. Shuri, with the arrow, you'd have to play it correctly or play it well, but I think it still has potential.
Hey, welcome. And it took you long enough.
Then Coltrane, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. The support is very much appreciated. You just got the Dan Hip Leech. I don't have a variant for Leech. Whenever I started messing around with it in Thanos, he wasn't even a legendary border. Like I hadn't even played him enough to get up to legendary, but I haven't split him just yet. And then Efelux, thank you so much for the follow. And then Benny TTV, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Nightbot. Thank you for the gifted sub and the support. I appreciate it. The support from the transition from YouTube here is has continued to be phenomenal. Every time I think it's going to slow down, you guys continue to come in clutch. I was wondering the same thing. Why Nightbot can steal one of the gifted subs. And then X Spectrum, nice to see you on Twitch. I'm glad to be here. It's been a very enjoyable transition. I was really afraid of like uprooting the viewership that I had on the other account, but it's been really, really great so far. I think the DD is completely missing its pieces, and I can't really figure out why it's in the deck. The Devil Dino, yeah. So he replaced Leader with the Devil Dino, but a lot of times it's just an okay drop. I haven't found any time where I'm like really excited to use the Devil Dino either. When I saw DD, I was thinking Daredevil, so I had to read it out before I could figure out exactly which one you meant. With the Thanos deck, I mean, we could Leech, but we don't have tempo here. We could get Devil Dino, but then they can play quite a few cards. So pulling them over to the right, I don't think does it. Our best bet might be Devil Dino and then pull their cards over to the left on the last turn, but I don't think that that's a great play either. Doom would be good in this deck. I feel like Dr. Doom has a decent amount of value with all of the arrows that we see, just being able to still spread the power wide. He was saying the Dino was a flex spot. Yeah. I don't feel like it's ever like the key piece. I feel like a lot of times it's decent, but it's not the same. Like it doesn't give the same value as the leader. I'm climbing with a similar Dino control deck, 90 to 95 for now. Griever, that's huge. You've almost made it. You're almost there. And then a Potcane. We'll let you choose my title after this one. On this account, I have a lot fewer than I do on my main account, but we'll let you choose the title after this match. You know, since I lost 2 ranks already, might as well play Patriot. Patriot's not terrible. And then Benny TTV, thank you so much for another gifted sub. This time to Marvel. The continued support is very much appreciated. I'm kind of hoping that they rotate into another rock. With Subterranea, the rotations get a lot less consistent. That is not gonna do it for us, is it? Oh wait, the Reality Stone is the only reason we won that one. We should have lost that one. The Reality Stone changing into Rickety Bridge was the clutcher there. Yeah, no shot. That one doesn't even feel good. That one doesn't even feel good to have, but I love Leech, but I kind of assume it's bad against early tempo decks like Thanos. Yeah, a lot of times. If you can't get it out early, so if you can't like rotate into it, sometimes Reality can be harsh. Reality sometimes hits you in the face, and you're not expecting it. It just comes out of nowhere. You became Series 3 complete last night? And then you got Shuri with the Token Tuesday. That's huge. So let's let Apot Kane choose my title with the channel point redemption real quick. You broke 60 with this deck. Are you running the one that I was running on stream? So I have a lot fewer on this account. The other one, the scroll just keeps going. But yeah, the big man Thanos was too heavy for the bridge. So do you see one, Apot Kane? Do you see one that you want to choose? I know I don't have as many on this one. It's not as fun on this account. Got a bad feeling? There we go. We'll rock that one. So this is one I was running yesterday that I think does pretty well. It's the Kazar Zoo, so it's the same one that I ran yesterday. And actually, taking out the Chavez for the Maximus gave me pretty decent results. The Modok is decent into a lot of scenarios. It doesn't go overly greedy on the discards. So if you get leeched, you have the Infinite to lean on. Otherwise, you can get a pretty big Apocalypse. And so I got beaten in a small like Snap Clash tournament with this one. And I was so surprised that I got beat against a Modok that I had to recreate it and try it out. And then this one is incredibly flexible with Hawk. I think this one's close to what Eggs runs with her Devil Dino. But I think the Cosmo is a little bit different, and it's there for kind of blocking some of those key plays. So blocking Thanos from using his stones to draw additional cards. All of those have been pretty decent for me. And I haven't ran them much on this account, but I think any one of them has the capability to be able to climb. Yeah, the Cosmo, I saw it, and I didn't make the switch. I think it was Evazord. They ran it in a tournament, and it's one of those that whenever you see it, it really makes sense. Before that, you don't think about it. But it was one of those that once I saw it, going against Shuri, going against Thanos, I saw a lot of value from it. Run Sandman. I can recreate the Sandman. I don't know. Sandman doesn't do great against Shuri. It does okay against Thanos if you can ramp into it early. And then thank you guys. Thank you Pongo and Fex for the follows. Unfortunately, we already played our Hood, or else we could win Bar with No Name. They do have Reality Stone that they'll be able to change it eventually. I think we just go with Sunspot here. We'll let him start soaking, and we'll see what other resources we draw. You don't see Killmonger a lot versus this deck. So typically the 1-cost cards aren't on the board until turn 6, and we usually angle to drop initiative before that point. So I haven't had much of an issue with Killmongers with this version of this list. Because a lot of your 1-cost cards, if you have Quinjet, if you double down with Moon Girl, they're going to be, a lot of them will be free. You can play that, you skip 1/5 to get your She-Hulk reduced. And so they might kill your Sunspot, but that's not the only bad thing. And then why Hood? So with all of the arrows running rampant, Hood is in this deck as a spot filler. I would rather have a -2 than be able to have my 20 power She-Hulks pulled over to the left. And so even without a way to destroy him, in the arrow meta, I find that having the space blocked is a little bit more important for me. So I'm still waiting for the Reality Stone to be dropped into Bar with No Name. If we have initiative going to, or if they don't do it early. Okay, so they're going to go ahead and rotate it with the Lockjaw. Oh my gosh, that is an awful, potentially off. That is awful. Where did you get your overlay? I made it. Through various trials and errors, I made it. That was awful. That was such an awful reality. That is 2 realities in a row that just are slapping people down. So we can skip here. Let Sunspot soak. Oh wait, they can. Oh, maybe the snap was hasty. With New York in the left, they can move their Lockjaw on the last turn, and they can just drop a big power play into space, into the Space Throne. So it's not completely hopeless. So when are we getting the Cosmo Cam? I need to set that up. I need to set it up, but they always kind of move spots. We do have one hanging out on the floor behind me. I can't get her. She's a little bit too close, but I've actually never seen Space Throne from the Reality Stone. Yeah, and so then they lose their rotation. Just such an unfortunate play. So they're only going to be able to move the Lockjaw is the only card they'll be able to move to the left. And then they can just drop into the Space Throne. I think we win the right lane. Or I think we win, yeah, I think we win the right lane. Do we think 10 power is enough to win the left? We could do She-Hulk, Demon, and then our Titania is a little bit bigger. They wouldn't be able to arrow. They could arrow to the right, and then they just win as is. Do we ever? If we think the very specific read of arrow to the right is what they're going with, then we can do armor into Cosmo to... Oh no, they have initiative. We can't block it. We can move the Sunspot to the left if we think they're going to arrow. And we'll just let him soak. I think there's a lot of ways we can lose this one. The Lockjaw move, the Shang-Chi is an interesting one. That doesn't end up working out for them. My gosh. And they stayed for the 4 as well. Sunspot's going to soak the 4 extra and be able to come up over the Devil Dino. I feel like every game against Thanos is like it could go either way. It becomes a coin flip at the end. Does Kang only drop on the next mission reset? So he'll come out next turn. The real Groot. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. I'm glad you found the stream. So on the next shop refresh is when it will be released, but from there it'll be available in the token shop to potentially rotate into from then on. And so we have a little over 2 hours before it's fully released. I think I might be rocking this deck again. We did it yesterday, but I think I might try to climb a little bit more with this one. And then I try so hard. Hey, Mr. Tlsg. Hey, Mr. I Try. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Okay, so we have the Quinjet, we have our Maximus in our starting hand, we have our She-Hulk. So if we get Moon Girl, we can double down, we can get a lot of value. The best way to spin gold? It depends. And then Hinkasar, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. We haven't been seeing the Prime subs today, but we've seen a lot of support from tier 1. The tier 1 support has been incredibly massive today. You ever get tilted? I've never seen you even a little frustrated. Sometimes like a really bad beat or just like misplaying. Not necessarily like the opponent played Galactus and it frustrates me, but like I misplayed it. So I had a chance to like overcome or beat what they were doing and I just misread it. Is like the only time I might potentially get tilted, but it's very, very rarely. Titania into something will clog his Bar Sinister with 3 Titanias. That's true. That's actually not a bad call. The Titania into Bar Sinister is something that I'm always a little bit afraid of because I don't know if they, and I truthfully I haven't tried it because I was always afraid that they would start bouncing each other back and forth. So like one would play and bounce over there, but I think the 2 would do it. They'd go with the early She-Hulk to the left is interesting. We have the Cosmo to block their own reveals here, so we're okay there. I think we double down with Moon Girl, and I think we're in a decent spot. We can't really win in the left lane. Okay, we get the early retreat. So the best way to spend gold, it really depends on what you value more. So for me, I typically spend it on credits. I typically don't spend it on variants too often unless it's just one that I really, really like. So a lot of times I would rather advance my collection and get more cards, but that's just me. That's what I prefer and I like to spend better. And so depending on what you value, if you want to advance your collection, pull more cards, the bundles are oftentimes pretty decent value if you have enough gold built up. But I typically just buy the credits on refresh so that I can continue to advance the collection. But that's from a whale. That's from a whale that's trying to get all the cards. Outside of that, I think I would probably do something similar, just save for bundles whenever they come up so I can use those big expenses. And then I forgot that somebody asked me to open up the variants that we had. And so let's go ahead. I think we have, what, 3? Yeah, we have 3 variants to open up. And so we'll go ahead and pull them. We had really good luck this month on our main account. Let's see how this one fares. The Cosmos, I like that Cosmo. I don't have that one on the main account. We don't have a current Cosmo variant. We're going to set that one as our favorite. What's Token Tuesday? So it's something new that they started rolling out be able to allow for some increased token acquisition. That Namor is also pretty decent. I don't use Namor all that often, but that one's a good one. And then we have one more. So on our main account, we dodged pixels on all 3. I wonder if we're gonna do the same here and dodge pixels. Wow, we do. We get this the Nexus event Destroyer for anyone that was around during that. And I don't have this one on my main account either, and this is one I would absolutely rock if I had it. All of those were phenomenal variants to pull. Yeah, so 6 in a row with no pixels is very surprising. I need to buy a lottery ticket. Yeah, I think that's the best. I think that's the best Destroyer, the best one that I've seen, anyways. Yeah, that pull. I wish I had it on my main account. And I don't run Destroyer as often now that he's not quite in the meta. But I think with certain like Electro Ramps or Galactus builds, I think he's still very, very viable. And whenever Nimrod's released, I think it's next month, I think Destroyer is going to be really good with Nimrod and a Galactus combo. And then Apokane, thank you so much for the follow. Your alt account has a higher collection level than my main. You have to remember that I've been playing this one since the beta. So I've been playing this one probably a couple extra months, and I did invest in a lot of the season passes, and I've hit infinite on it most seasons. So I wouldn't get too discouraged by me having a higher collection level. I just beat Thanos with pool 2 only. It can happen, Blueberry Cats, but it just is a little bit harder to do. It's a little bit less consistent. Washington, D.C. is great for our demon, especially if we can end up doubling down on it. I don't know that we can get to that point, though. So if we want to get to that point, we can do something like maybe Ant-Man and Armor. And then next turn on 4, we would copy the Kazar, the Demon, and the Cosmo. Not fantastic copies. I guess not terrible either. And it would give us the double demon to drop into Washington, D.C. and somewhere else. I'm up to 9 in a row with no pixels. Plinky Man, that's huge. I wonder if they've adjusted it a little bit because people said it felt bad to pull so many pixels. Too many people piloting Thanos now don't know what they're doing. Yeah, and it's really flexible. And so it's not incredibly difficult for the most part to run. But it still requires some finesse to figure out like the best play in each situation. So yeah, I think with how much he's risen in popularity, we've seen a little bit of that for sure. You got a lot of pixels this month, Dr. Ogreface. I'm sorry, you took the pixel hit for all of us. Next month we'll pull them for you so that we can take some of the burden and share your pain. We could skip here and let our Sunspot absorb energy, or we could do something like Kazar. And then next turn we can do Demon. Actually, we can do one of the Demons this turn. And then next turn we could do, what, Demon, maybe another Kazar? Or Demon and Titania and Cosmo. We can see what they're playing. They did play Moon Girl. Ooh. So they're going for the traditional She-Hulk Infinite. So they're going with like the dirty 30. So that they're going to skip on turn 5, absorb some energy, and then that's where they're gonna hit us next. What time does Kang come out? In about 2 hours. I think right at 2 hours now, Matt. The good news is that you will eventually run out of pixels. That's very true. But then I have my alternate account to potentially pull them. And just a lot of potential feel bad moments. I think we skip here. We skip here, we follow their lead, we skip. If we draw our She-Hulk, we have at least one. The Maximus is okay, but I don't think it, without pulling any of their cards out, I don't think that this ever outpaces what they're going to play. Been playing since beta, and I've pulled a total of 33 pixels now. Yeah, I've pulled quite a few. Hopefully you're getting to the tail end of them, so you start seeing them less often. So with the potential double She-Hulk, the potential Infinite, that's 40 power. I mean, we have a decent amount of power we can play, but it's not 40 power worth of value. So we're gonna go ahead and retreat out later on this one. Thanos is part skill and part calculating RNG, which makes it fun. Saints, thank you for the 1 gifted sub. I appreciate the support. Coming in with the massive gifted sub. We've had a lot of positive gifted subs and just overall a lot of positive vibes today. So I appreciate you guys being here and continuing to just be an amazing community to create content for. I hate the chibis more than pixels. Broken mushrooms, do you really? I enjoy some of the chibis. Not all of them, but definitely some of them. I think there's 197 pixel variants. Plotto. That's bursting everybody's bubbles. You can always hope that you eventually run out of them, but hearing 197, that's not going to happen anytime soon. I'm just an okay community member. Dad, you're being here and watching the content is just as important as supporting in other ways. And so, Dad, you're definitely a good community member. Sometimes the auto mod does not like what you say, but for the most part, you're a very good community member. I appreciate you being here and just enjoying the content. And then Dirty Larry, you said, will the Kang whining be worse than leader? Getting your turn replayed after a win is going to feel bad. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I think Kang offers a little bit of a. So I think it's going to feel really bad to some people that snap into a double snap and then it resets the snap if they snap that turn. So I think we may see some frustrations from that aspect. And then I think there's also a couple of other really cool things that Kang does that are going to feel really bad to play against. So like knowing the outcome of different RNG aspects, you're going to be able to know if your cards get destroyed in Danger Room. You're going to be able to know like what card you top deck if you play something that pulls a card. And then you draw an additional card if you play it the same turn you draw him. And so there's a lot of like, I don't know, things that I think might be upsetting from a player standpoint. I'm excited to try him out, but I'm also afraid of like that, like what the sentiment is going to be in the long run. I think he'll be rare enough for a while that we won't see it, at least for maybe a month is what I'd be hoping. You become a cheating bot with Kang? I mean, you do, but the opponent at least knows that they're being cheated on. So they do the Yellow Jacket and Wave. Do they don't get a Galactus here, right? I would hope not, but they can. We already wasted our Cosmo to the left, unfortunately. Not holding for. Oh no, not holding for Galactus because they had Yellow Jacket. I was thinking of Valkyrie instead. I almost want to skip here. We're going to play Kazar. That way we're free to still potentially draw She-Hulk. I don't want to play into the Rickety Bridge or Hala. I want that middle card to get destroyed if he goes Galactus. In the Rickety Bridge, unless we have armor, it's not really great value for us. The Odin retrigger. I'm currently waiting for Destiny 2 Lightfall to launch. It is already, but I'm in login queue. Oh, so now you're here watching for now. Official Saucepan. I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Hopefully you enjoy playing Destiny. I haven't played Destiny 2 since it came out. I played like the first raid a little bit and then kind of got bored a little bit from there. Do we sneak armor on the last turn? We can Moon Girl here. We'll have 2 free demons, a free Ant-Man, a 1-cost Ant-Man. We'll have a 2-cost Maximus to be able to flood quite a bit onto the board. This kind of looks like they're going with the, I think this is Valentine's, like, I think he called it Puffy Jacket, that uses like Shuri. It wants to do Odin onto the Shuri to be able to then play the 0-cost Yellow Jacket. This is what it looks like. I don't know what else they might be running though. The Lockjaw into the Rickety Bridge is kind of crazy too. They do get the Thor pool, and so they'll be able to potentially outpace us there. It was changed a lot, way better than it was. And I don't have it downloaded anymore. I mean, maybe I need to give it a shot, but with the lockjaw there, I don't even know that we want to push for like saving that location, but I think we probably need to. We could do Maximus. I think we still push most of our power. Where do we want to, how do we want to split our power? We have a lot of ways we can play our power out. I think the armor is definitely the play, because now it just looks like a Thor lockjaw rotation deck. Do we just destroy their lockjaw, I wonder? We could then do Maximus, Demon. But if they have an arrow, this loses to arrow. Yeah, it loses to arrow. I think the armor is going to be the safer play. I can't make up my mind today. Oh, the Mjolnir. So he can't grow his left lane. You're right. So the Cosmo there, he's not going to have Mjolnir in his deck to rotate into. I didn't know you were on Twitch. Happy to catch you live. It's recent. I haven't been on Twitch for very long, but I am glad that I've made the change. It's been a very good transition. I was really afraid about transitioning over from YouTube to Twitch on the live stream front, and like just the viewership not coming over with me. But you guys have, of course, knowing my community, knowing how positive you guys are, I should have known that you guys would come over and help support the change. But the transition, it's been like a week. So I haven't been here long, but the week that I've been here has been very, very good. Magnus HS, JF Keep, F Coolby, and then Nasty Diesel, Jedi Trex. Thank you guys so much for the follows. We're almost up to 3,000 already. And then Ventonda, thank you for the follow as well. I just lost a game because my Scarlet Witch gave me TVA. Oh, that's tough. F Coolby. Okay. I don't know why I was having such a hard time reading that. And then greetings from Montreal. I'm glad that you found the stream. What time? I don't know why I'm so obsessed with time. But what time is it for you over there in Montreal? Yeah, the Reality Stone can definitely stab you in the back. More often than what I would be comfortable with. Hellfire Club limits our 1-cost cards, but if we double down on any of these, they'll be free on turn 6. 10 past noon. So it's 11:10 here. So you're only an hour difference. Are you still live till Kang comes out? Unless I have a meeting that pops up that I wasn't anticipating. I plan on being live until the shop refreshes. You got the Hawk pull this morning? Tyler, that's huge. The Hawk is still really, really flexible. Like, I don't cover it much. It's not your main account. It's not Crozo. So I'm playing on my alternate account until Kang releases. Playing during work hours. I'm on a lunch. Calling sick. I have thought about it a few times. But I need to make sure. I need to make sure that I keep my job until this becomes good enough to potentially go full time. I think eventually it might happen, but I want to make sure it's the right move before rushing into anything. So I think we're going to start curving out our cards. Can you tell me the best Hawk deck? So I covered one yesterday. I'll link you the snap.fan Discord. It does require a bit of like knowledge of of figuring out what your opponent is going to be doing. But it has the potential to counter pretty much any deck that's out there. So like Thanos, you shuffle a lot of rocks into their deck, and so then their rotations are a lot worse. Shuri, you can oftentimes grab initiative or tempo and either block the Shuri itself or their follow-up play on like a Taskmaster. And so we're smashing that sub button as fast as we can. I mean, the support has been incredible. If we continue growing at this type of pace, I would love to be able to put in a 2 weeks notice and just be able to dedicate more time to this. When is Kang releasing? In hours. I'm in Asia, so an hour and 50 minutes. Dad talking about things that the auto mod doesn't seem to like. But no, if you guys do have Prime subs laying around, it is always a currency that is accepted here. I think we go with our hood to the left. We do have Maximus to be able to bump it back up. We have the pretty big lead in Hellfire Club. Titania is saved for a last turn play. And so this way we'll be able to do a pretty big play. The Beast into Thanos is something I haven't seen much of, and same thing with Bishop. That I think could be pretty decent, but I don't know that it gets the consistent value that you would normally want. I mean, this time it's looking pretty solid, but we'll see in the long run. But I'll always swing back around to Hawk. Such a fun card. Yeah, Hawk is one that allows you to run the like send them rock style cards, which is just so satisfying to be able to do. The 16 power here, even with our Maximus, we can't touch it. Do we ever outpower them elsewhere, though? We play our big cards, support it with just a little bit. So they probably have multiple stones. They can't play it into mid, but they could just do a big power play into mid, and we just lose that way. I think we lose to this version of Thanos, but I haven't seen much Beast bounce Thanos, so I'm curious what they're going to go with the last turn play. If they go Thanos here, then that's absolutely the right call. But we also had a lot of power we could... Okay, well, yeah. The Quinjet. We win right, but we're going to lose mid very heavily. And then JJ the Beast. Hey, Tlsg, didn't know you were on Twitch. It's been a recent move. So it's not one that I've done it's not a move. I haven't been here for a long time. I was actively streaming on YouTube, but there's some strife between when I release a video and when I want to go live. And so it always felt like I was making a decision of either letting the video do well by itself or being able to stream. And so it was always a judgment call whenever I wanted to go live. And so here on Twitch, I can just, whenever I want to go live, there's no strife there. Am I the only one who thinks that playing She-Hulk before turn 6 feels bad? Sometimes. If you have to float energy mid-game, she helps kind of recover that. And so if I don't have a turn 3 play, she helps mitigate some of the downside that I had because of that miss. Which country do you reside in? I am in the I'm in the US. So I live in Texas. I love Bounce Bros. Wish it was more effective. Me too. I really like the archetype. I think it's really strong just in general. But I think it's really fun in general. I wish it was stronger. I don't think it's incredibly competitive, especially right now with how much just raw power we have out on the board. K-Kona, yeehaw. I try not to yeehaw too often, but yeah, we are from Texas, the land of the yeehaws. I think we're gonna do Kazar, Zabu, and Ant-Man. We could double down here, but I want to save Moon Girl in case we draw into our She-Hulk. Hitmonkey is gonna be, I think, with like Sarah decks and even like Thanos rotation decks, if they haven't changed it by then, he's going to be insane. And Lockjaw rotation decks could be pretty big for him. There might even be a weird, like, small case scenario where you slot him into a Swarm discard deck, where you want to be able to play, I don't know, 7 Swarms and Hitmonkey on the last turn, to do some like crazy kind of combos. Maybe you hide him behind Invisible Woman, and then just flood all of your swarms onto the board on the last turn after you discard them. Join the Resistance. Hey man, love watching your videos on YouTube. Have you started streaming on Twitch recently? I haven't seen you before. So I did. It's been a very recent change. So this is probably my 5th or 6th live stream over on Twitch. And with the transition, I've been doing longer streams. So typically I stream during my lunch period, but to do the extended streams, I've started taking on some of my work responsibilities before I actually start work, and then shifting some until after, so that I can get a good chunk of like 3 or 4 hours in midday to be able to stream. But it's something I've done very, very recently. You have the best snap videos in my opinion. Thank you so much. Join the Resistance. I'm new to content creation, so things like that really help let me know that you guys are getting value out of them, and that like what I'm doing is worthwhile. because I can be someone that doubts himself quite a bit, but you guys are always so supportive. And whenever I make a change, like the feedback from the community has been what has allowed me to really start creating these videos and like let them grow and become bigger and better. Broken Mushrooms just got to 90 for the first time. That 500 golds feels nice with all the tokens coming up. Yeah, that getting 90 to get that gold does feel really satisfying. From there, Infinite is just a card back. So if you don't hit it, I think 90 as far as like progressing your account, that's unfortunate. I think as far as progressing your account, 90 is kind of that threshold where you get a lot of value from it. Well, we gave them a leech. We gave them the resources they needed. We're going to retreat out of this one.
Welcome. It took you long
and
enough.
then AJ Vala, thank you so much for the Prime sub, bringing us up to 7 for the day. I appreciate the support. Anyone that has a free Prime laying around, they're always good currency here. Once I get partner, so once we stream a few more times consistently in the 30-day period, we'll be able to add a whole lot more emotes so that you can get some additional value from your membership as well. But I'm glad to have you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. This was one of the coolest card backs though. Is it the golden hourglass? I usually don't use the infinite card back. Anybody that I'm matching that's not infinite, I don't want to feel like I'm rubbing it in that I'm infinite. So I tend to not use them. Actually, I don't know why I'm giving a big backstory. I tend to not use card backs at all. I need to. It's just whenever I create a new deck, I forget to add it on there. It's the hourglass. Yeah, the golden hourglass one does look pretty good. People were using it against me like 2 days into the season, so it felt bad when I wasn't infinite. Yeah, that's true. My unsolicited suggestion is an all right emote. We need one. The long drawn out all right. We need to make that happen. I think that suggestion is golden. We have the Maximus, She-Hulk, Quinjet. Moon Girl is going to be really good for us if we can draw her. But I think we're going to hold our Ant-Man for now. I've been using it and then just giving away 8 cubes. Yeah, you can take that end of the spectrum of it as well. We can play Sunspot and Soak. We don't have Moon Girl to double down. We'd be able to do She-Hulk. She-Hulk will be 3 next turn. We wouldn't even be able to do both She-Hulk and Moon Girl if we top deck her into her. I haven't played anything though. Do we ever just Maximus here? They haven't drawn anything. Unless they flood this turn, they're not going to get any value from the Maximus. So they went down to 6. Are they going to win with 3 cards? The Shuri into something and just absolutely demolishing us? That's going to feel so bad. Skip until turn 4, Shuri, Red Skull, Taskmaster, game over. That doesn't feel great. We're going to soak some with our Sunspot. Can we ever outpower the 30 though? I guess they could arrow and then play something in a Mojo World now. Feels terrible. The 10 here would push us up to 27, 28, 29. And we just throw our stuff into Mojo World. They probably arrow here, and because they arrow, they probably win. We're gonna lock it anyways. They haven't snapped. We could float for Baxter. Oh wait, yeah, that's true. If they don't arrow and they just push more power into Baxter building, then we just lose that one too. We probably needed to float at least 1 or 2 energy. Oh my gosh, we're not gonna win. Oh no. We didn't float any, so we're not gonna win. Oh man. This is why we don't climb. I knew it was 29, and I was factoring in floating at least 2 to win that lane, and then I just didn't do it. Oh, well. Had we not capped this one out, they had the arrow to pull into mid, but that still feels really bad to do. We're not going to join the dark side. We're not going to jump over to the Shuri gameplay. We'll run a little bit of our Hawk deck now. See if maybe that serves us better. That was close, but we just didn't quite get there. The Moon Girl would have made that one very easy to navigate. But unfortunately we didn't. So they played a total of 4 cards on the last 3 turns of the game, and they beat us. Feels bad. I bought Ghost even after even after your devastating video. You've had good success with it? In a Valkyrie. Okay, a Valkyrie Thanos deck, I think it'd be decent. But definitely a card that requires knowing when you need to lose. Yeah, when you need to lose priority. Yeah, so I think it's an okay card, but a lot of times you can lose priority just by playing a little bit differently. And so, yeah, I'm glad that Ghost is working out for you. I actually haven't even slotted it into any more decks. I'm still afraid to try. I've been testing Valkyrie just without Ghost. I think maybe eventually Ghost will have value, but until then, I'm afraid to slaughter into anything. And then Raider 1 and then Sir Haxalot. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. So Coulson gives us magic. We can change one of the locations, get an extra turn, but do we want to? I don't know if we want to. Ghost, I did place Ghost in Cerebro too, but even then, sometimes you don't necessarily care. Like I think it'd be better as like a disruption tool of like Iceman or something else rather than the Ghost. Because a lot of times I don't know. A lot of times you don't necessarily need to drop initiative. You can orchestrate that just by with where and how you play. So we could play the Hawks. I don't think that's our play line though. Maybe we play Hawk to the left. If we get Rock Slide, then we can just pelt them with all kinds of rocks. Maybe that's what we go with instead. Yeah, with Ghost decks and Broken Mushroom, I agree. I thought about slotting her into a deck that typically wants to grab initiative so that you could then do the last turn Shang-Chi, so something like a value deck. But then a lot of times you're going to get arrowed to the face, and it just, with Arrow being as prevalent as she is, it's really hard to get that value from it. Yeah, the Hawk decks do really good against Thanos if you can draw the disruption tools, which we haven't quite yet. We have to play our cards into the Avengers compound. Maybe we do Devil Dino. That should hopefully give us initiative, and then we can arrow into Bar Sinister on the last turn. Is there a limit to how many cards you can have in a deck? I want to see someone Wong, Onslaught, Mystique. So there's not. I think Ben Brode shared a picture of someone with like 46 cards in their deck because they did the Wong, Mystique, Rock Slide, and I think his caption was "Get Rocked." He posted it on Twitter. It's been a while, so right around the time that Darkhawk was released is when he made that one. How long do you think it'll be before they nerf Arrow? I don't know. So I know that. So I was watching Dara's last live stream. I think it was 3 days ago. He had one of the data scientists from Second Dinner on, Tien, and they were talking about like what cards were strong, what cards need nerfed, and it didn't seem like I didn't get the feel that Tien felt the card was just incredibly broken. So he said they do pay attention to like player sentiment, and that factors in as well, but he didn't seem to think that it was like one that needed an immediate or emergency nerf. Because I guess there's ways to play around it, but that's the feeling I got. So I don't know. I don't know if we'll see an Arrow nerf or exactly what it would be. I think it would be probably power tuning, and then if we get in a better spot where like playing multiple cards onto the board is not as like risky, I think I think at that point maybe Arrow loses some of her like last turn value. But right now the biggest play is like holding all your stuff and then dumping it on the last turn, or dumping your big power plays on the last turn. And so I think in a certain meta, she's not as captivating as she is right now. How about a Wong nerf? Wong has a lot of hard counters. I don't think Wong has an incredibly great win rate. Most of his decks are not incredibly great. I know Tien also said that Mr. Negative was one that he said it was bad all across the board. So like the stats that they look at, so like average cube rate, win rate, just all of the stats that go into it, he said it was a true negative. So like it was bad all the way throughout, which is, I mean, at one point, Mr. Negative was really, really broken, really good. but it feels like maybe he's found his place. So they snap. They could have Galactus. If so, if we can grab initiative here, and they have Galactus, we can play Cosmo in Hell's Kitchen on next turn. I think is what we end up going with. Token Tuesday is better. I haven't looked at like how good of value Token Tuesday is, but I do think it's pretty decent. The Leech comes down. Interesting. So we don't have Hawk in our hand yet. Why did we play Moon Girl? What am I doing? Oh, man. Have you created a competitive Mr. Negative deck recently? So I used a Bast Silver Surfer negative deck that doesn't rely on on negative to be like the winning condition. Oh, with that, I think we lose. We're gonna retreat out of this one. I think we get Galactus. We'll go ahead and let them play their Galactus. We'll let them get their satisfaction. Maybe we fill up this left lane and we can just get really lucky with the card we pull. Still sad leader got obliterated. Yeah, me too. Me too. Another day, another TLSG stream. Yeah, we have the +1 more today. I wanted to do it early so that once Kang comes out, we can really focus on that. They didn't go with Galactus. They went with Black Panther, but because they leached our Cosmo, they can send a 16 power Black Panther here and here, and we are unable to stop it. So even though it's not the Galactus, it's not the outcome we wanted. So I can pull the Mr. Negative deck that we built. That one runs pretty well. And it doesn't rely just on the Mr. Negative, so it has a pretty flexible play line. It does also use Hawk. It uses Bast. I feel like Hawk is replaceable in this one, but Bast I feel like is the real consistency driver. Oh, I actually don't have Bast on this account. Never mind. We can't run this one. I'll just share the link to it. I'll just share the link to it in case anyone wants to look at it. I have a video covering it. It did pretty well whenever the Absorbing Man change came out. He adds a lot of kind of flexibility or another level to it, but I don't have Bast on this account, so I can't run it. I wonder how close to accurate Snap Zone stats are to the actual stats at Second Dinner. So it's a much smaller sample size, and like I know that he commented on it. So it's a much smaller sample size. You can't get a true feel for the data because you can manipulate it. Like you can turn off snap.fan whenever you're in a losing game and then turn it back on if you want to like inflate your deck's win rate. But he said like the top cards, depending on how it was sorted, was pretty similar to what they had on their end. So he said that the strongest card in terms of like all the stats showed as Sauron. But a lot of that, he commented, could be because that not very many people play him. And so there's not as big of a sample size for it. Do you have a link to the interview you're referencing? So it's not it's a live stream. So let me grab, and it's Dara GN's last live stream. I'm gonna grab the link for you guys. If you haven't, it's the last live stream, the last video on demand that's there. Last night, whenever I was just passively playing and like adjusting some things on my Twitch account, I had that just running in the background, and it was incredibly informative. Because Dara has a background working for Hearthstone or at Blizzard on Hearthstone, and so he has a lot of insight into like that. He has a lot of insight into like how they pull data and what it looks like. So he had, the questions that he asked, the information that was shared, I thought was very valuable. Oh, and then I am due. You shared the video on demand link. I know that it auto deleted.
Oh wow.
Okay, yeah. And so this is the direct one to the video on demand. Thank you I am due for sharing that, by the way. We can do our Sentinel. Next turn we can end up doing, or not our Sentinel, our Rock Slide. We can end up doing something like Sentinel and maybe Cosmo. Eventually maybe we pull their last turn play out. We have to play into Avengers Compound next turn. Our best bet would be to draw Hawk or Devil Dino. or to get enough power here that we outpace them, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Blue Train has a synopsis on his Twitter. That's also really big if you don't want to watch the entire stream hurt. I haven't ever used Wong since I got him. I need to find a good deck. Wong, when he works, he feels really, really good. And so a lot of people get the perception that he's just really, really strong. But when he doesn't work is when it starts feeling really bad. Maybe we Sentinel and then Moon Girl and we just lean in on a big Devil Dino. They did double down on their cards. I think they win this one. I think MMR OSE'd. Are we in bot territory and still losing? This is embarrassing. I agree, Titan's insights were... Tian's insights were invaluable. Yeah, so for me, I like to know like where the information is coming from. So a lot of times I would see Tian's lists that he said were like statistically or by data, these were good, builds with Modok or whatever new card came out. And I always was curious like where that information came from, because sometimes it didn't line up with, like what the overall perception was. And so I think his insights were really, really... I'm glad that Dara was able to get him to come on and kind of share some of those thoughts. Yeah, the clustering and Sentinel, yeah, me too. I don't have much information or like background knowledge of them, but it's still like it piques that part of my brain that I find it being really interesting. So if they push anything else into their hand, then they can win this one. But I think we're gonna go Arrow to avoid like a Devil Dino or something similar. We have initiative, so if they try to arrow us instead, ooh, the 3 cards are interesting. People complaining that Wong is strong. Yeah. So the Enchantress, the Cosmo, the Falcon does give them the 1 power, 2 power buff. Oh no. Yep. Oh, are we gonna win left and right? We do. So like even with Magneto being as common as he is, that yanks the Wong out of the lane, and then all of a sudden your last turn payoff play is not as big. Elite Hasa, welcome. You absolutely destroyed me in the Black Claws tournament. So yeah, and so you said that in your message, but I actually kind of copied the deck that you ran, the Thanos deck during that stream. I know you've updated it since then, but once I got demolished by that, I started playing around with Thanos. You were definitely running Thanos before he was cool. But no, I'm glad that you found the stream, and hopefully we can match up again sometime soon. I was really surprised when they buffed up Thanos. I was very, very surprised when they buffed up just the raw power of him, just because normally you don't play Thanos for Thanos, you play it for the stones. With it being as common as it is, I try to run anything but Thanos now, but I think he's in an incredibly strong spot, especially from like competitive play. But I think it's also forcing people to try and find answers to it. Buff or nerf, Shang-Chi can deal with him now. Yeah, but with Thanos coming down, if you're going to drop him on the last turn, then Shang-Chi on the last turn is hard to position very well. Outside of that, if you rotate into him, yeah, you can hit it with a Shang-Chi, but then you're still using one of your turns, and they're typically going to be playing like a Leech or something really, really impactful from that point. I'm not sure it's the best play, but we're gonna just flood them with rocks here. I think this one's a bot. They're gonna send us Angela from the Oscorp Tower, which is much appreciated, and then we're just gonna flood their deck with as much junk as we can. Well, Thanos had like a 6% win rate difference between draw win rate and played win rate. Yeah, and I get them wanting to make it feel good to play Thanos. But the stones, the utility they provide is just so strong that I don't know. I don't think that playing Thanos is ever the play line that you go with and that you feel like you need to go with. You think the buff to Thanos is sneaking in before a nerf to Lockjaw? There was some Twitter discourse about how he is Barnes ×6 OP card from Hearthstone. How would you nerf Lockjaw? I think the issue comes from the stones being able to be rotated. Like outside of that, you start clogging your board. You then have to really pay attention to what you're playing and where. It's a bot. Nakia have the particles without being split. Yep, definitely a bot. And them sending the card in Oscorp Tower is another pretty big sign. So we win Kiln. We should just win. We should just win Oscorp Tower with the massive Hawk. The extra draws are powerful. So the draws and the stone effects, and rotating with Lockjaw, like it's just like the perfect storm of just strong, of just a strong play. And then if you have Quinjet on one as well, like that's almost an immediate snap. We may not immediately or instantly win the left lane like I thought we would. Lockjaw and Thor is healthy, so they would want to keep that. Yeah. Yeah, the interaction between like all of those pieces combined. Like I don't think it's one particular card that is just like this is our problem card. This is what causes it to be busted. And so it's interesting to see. But not yeah. I think that's the fix for it. Quinjet being but not less than 1, which would be in line with Sarah, would be in line with Zabu, and it definitely fixes being able to just like kind of vomit your hand onto the board into that rotation. So I agree, Hasa. I think taking away draw from 1 or 2 stones, that could help a little bit as well. Like the draw potential. But the draw potential is there to offset you having like almost, what is it, like a 33% increase in the number of cards in your deck. And so I get the draws. Like you need some way to be able to cycle through your cards, but all of them combined makes it tough. Yeah, it attacks from every angle. Like it's just, at a certain point, you have the ramp component in your time stone for early big plays if you need to. For an early leech, you can cycle into leech. It's just like a perfect storm of just hard to deal with. I think we're going to add as much disruption into their deck as possible. Since we have Hawk, we're going to double down on the Korg, eventually double down on Rock Slide, and just try to disrupt their draws as much as we possibly can. Where it says draw a card, it could say draw a stone. Yeah, but then that almost helps your Lockjaw. Like Mind Stone. The strength of that one with Quinjet right now is that you can guarantee you're going to have either 2 free cards to play that next turn or 2 free rotation tools. So I think without that Quinjet change, even that is still really, really strong. Yeah, Shiro, if you made the stones count as being in the deck, this Quinjet doesn't discount them. That would help out as well. Them being 0 is really good too. Just being able to flood them along with your Thanos or along with any of your other resources. Really crazy, really hard to beat. Ooh, they do have the double Shuri. Cyberman, Jerry, One Above All, K-World, Jesse Exclusive. Thank you guys for the follows. Dark Phoenix, thank you guys so much for the follows. So they got the Shuri down on us, unfortunately. I think maybe we need to drop our arrow here. We can drop arrow into Sinister London. We kind of hope that it pulls over maybe into Kiln and we just... Or maybe we just play it outright into mid. Then we try to block their Taskmaster with our Cosmo. And then Kuzion, thank you so much for the follow as well. I like doubling the arrow, but then we don't know where it's going to pull them. And if it pulls them over here, then we lose that play. I think we are going to pull into mid, and then we'll go with the Cosmo. I think that's really our only shot. Oh, the arrow is... That's a big arrow. Do they go with the Taskmaster though? I guess it doesn't matter the order. We don't need our handful. They do have a lot of rocks that we shuffled into their deck relatively early. Hopefully they don't have a lot of their good resources, but if they just play like their Red Skull, I think that just wins here anyways. But we're gonna make sure that they can't Taskmaster the 28 power arrow if they do have it. We know that they can't Arnim Zola, and now their arrow is out of the picture as well. Wait, Cosmo timing missed? Both Guy on Fire. So it was an arrow into mid to stop like a Taskmaster play. Oh, it doesn't stop the second one if that's where it goes. Empty hand to play, empty hand to play around Ronin. Ooh, we get lucky that their Taskmaster goes into mid. Had it bumped over into right, it would have triggered over there. Since our Cosmo went here instead of here. We could have lost that one. That one came down to where their Taskmaster went in the end. But we'll take it. We're close to 70 on our secondary account. Maybe we can climb a little bit more before Kang is released. Hasa, have you I know that you were playing around with stature in your Thanos deck. Have you thought about Kang in your Thanos deck? I think it's gonna be really strong in Thanos. Just with his ability to give us information. I think it's gonna be scary with the two of them combined. I may just auto get Kang, just because he's perma pull 5. Yeah, I think with him being perma pull 5, it's never a bad idea to use your tokens if you're wanting to, like, if you're worried about cards downgrading. If I wasn't creating content, I would wait a couple of days just to make sure he's as good as people think he's going to be. I think he's going to be really strong, but if I wasn't wanting to create a video and create content around it, I would say I would wait until the creators do some stuff, watch some videos on demand, watch some streams to see how he really performs. Because all the videos are probably going to angle it to be like, this is amazing. I would probably watch some live streams and some videos on demand to see how it like really fares in certain matches. I heard Kang will reverse snaps. He does. If they were done that same turn that he's played, it will reverse the snaps of Cyberman. That's going to be really, really fun to play around with. So the Hawk, I think we save for a kind of surprise drop into the left lane. So they have the Lockjaw that they're playing in Vormir. I think we need to destroy one of our cards here. Super Scroll is actually not terrible, depending on what type of Thanos they're running. Super Scroll is not terrible for us. But I think we're going to destroy Sentinel. Next turn we can go with a Cosmo over there. Or actually, we can do something like Iron Man. Next turn we can do both Sentinel and Cosmo. That way we use all of our energy this turn. So it'll be a little bit more efficient for us. Linny, Worker 1, and Yashiro, the 0. Thank you guys so much for the follows. That Leech is tough. Every single time the Leech is tough. I must have missed the Time Stone that they played. They played it in as the first drop into Vormir. Unfortunately. Yeah, I've thought about Kang and I'm liking it the more I think about it. My 6K tokens are ready. I don't have the 6K tokens, but I have a lot of reserves to pull. So I should be able to get it. I don't want to open reserves because I don't have any other Series 5 to pull yet. Yep, about being able to scout on turn 5. Yep, to see if Leech is going to be worth it. I agree. And to see the outcome of some of those like stone draws and things like that, I think will be a lot more valuable as well. So even if you flip into it, you get some good value of like knowing if it's worth it or not. So with the Leech, they don't have a great play, or they don't have a lot of tempo. We have quite a bit of power in mid. I think maybe we start pushing for left. That way, if they keep rotating, we can still push for the win over there. The Shang-Chi is tough. They're hurting us at every end of the spectrum. So the worst thing about Kang is the Cosmo counter, right? Yeah, yep. If you are trying to be sly and you double snap your opponent because you have Kang and they block it with a Cosmo, you probably just donated your cubes. So definitely people that can. You also get a draw when playing Kang. I think they said you get a draw if you play Kang the same turn that you drew him. If not, then you redraw that same card that you drew that turn. So if you draw him on 5 and you play him on 5, you draw a new card after that. But I think that's the only time. Kawa, welcome to the stream. Hopefully your tournament went well. I watched a little bit of it until you had to jump jump over into like the featured stream, but hopefully the rest of it went well. I actually stole your Valkyrie deck that has Sentry, and I was messing around with it. Nothing like that I featured or played a whole lot of, but it definitely feels good for a Valkyrie deck. Very flexible. I think we lose this one for sure, but we're gonna go ahead and send it. Are you back at home, Kawa? It's memes, of course. I don't think it's all memes, Kawa, though. Like, it has a lot of play potential. Like, in some matches, I don't think it would fare, but there's some that it just run circles around them. Like, I was playing it, and I was able to hold my own against most of the matches. If they knew Valkyrie was coming, I think it loses some of the impact. But as far as they go, I thought I liked it. I enjoyed it. You're back at home planning the next event. I feel like you always have something big that you're working on, Kawa. You always have something like churning in the back of your mind. So I feel like you're gonna take, whenever you go to these other events, I feel like you're gonna like take inspiration from them and try to make yours bigger and better next time around. It's the best deck for Sentry by far. Oh no, I didn't use the version with Zabu. I just used what you were running in the tournament and it ran decently. Does it navigate even better with Zabu? And then KJB, thank you so much for the follow. And the Daily Snap, thank you as well for the follow. Lord Bro, yo, I saw today on your YouTube that you had a Twitch and had to follow immediately. Thank you so much for jumping over. I'm so glad that you found the stream. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad that you're enjoying the content. Hopefully you enjoy the live stream as well. It's amazing how much that event progressed deck building ideas. It is. So myself included, a lot of creators, all of their deck ideas are not always like in mind of like the most competitive build. Sometimes it has like accessibility in mind, and so to see like that different like aspect of what the creators were bringing into like a competitive environment was so interesting to see. And I think it did help like slingshot a lot of ideas for people to kind of use and build off of. It's 100% better with Zabu. I'll DM you the list later. So about a certain event soon. Yes, Kawa, I think so. I've had a couple people, but I think I know the one that you're talking about. Maybe. We're speaking in very vague riddles. I think so. Is it a little dangerous? Is it? Oh, or is it a little bit smaller? You put your name forward? That's huge, Kawa. Thank you so much. It's something that I definitely wanted to join. In whichever one it is. I think that they're so. I get really nervous in competitive play. Like I don't know why, but I start second guessing all of my moves and like all of my life decisions leading up to that point. But I think it is very fun. I think it's a very different aspect to Marvel Snap that can really help propel it to kind of that next level. I haven't seen a lot of Kang news. How has he been? So he's not out just yet. We have an hour and 10 minutes, and then he'll be out. So we're counting down the time until then, though. Rock Slide earlier would have been nice, but I think maybe. What did they discard? I haven't even been taking. Ooh, the Hela and the Helicarrier. We should be okay here. I think we're gonna give them Mojo World. An arrow play to the left would be fine. I think we're fine here. Yep, he's out in an hour, so he's almost here. Got to jump on a meeting. Have a great stream. Thank you for jumping in, Kawa. Hopefully your meeting goes well, and I'm sure that we'll catch up soon. Whenever you DM me the list, we'll get a dialogue going, and we'll make sure to catch up. But hopefully your meeting goes well, and I'll catch you around next time. Tyranitar, you said I smell a negative being put in this too. A negative in what? Did I miss the deck from Tyranitar? You put Beast in the deck to pick up Galactus. The all big bad deck sounds spicy. I missed so many messages. Oh my gosh. Do you not think that it's better for Snap to change the meta with good card / buff rather than... So, I do to a point. If it feels like something is the only thing that can be ran, I feel like sometimes you have to adjust the card. So like Shuri feels incredibly flexible, and what she enables feels like it's hard to compete against. So there's some cards that just are feel bad cards, and so I think they pay attention to sentiment there. But outside of that, I think buffing up and like balancing cards so that it does feel like it has, you know, positives and negatives and balances in place, I think is important as well. So speaking of the big bad deck, there was a streamer that ran one yesterday that had Galactus and Thanos. I feel like we could just slot Kang into it, just have the 3 big bads in the Thanos Lockjaw Kang deck. I don't have Lockjaw in that version, but we're just trying to ruin Thanos Lockjaw. Yeah. I feel like I think it could be strong. Sadly, I think it could be pretty strong, but also very scary, also very pay to win, so I won't be running it much. Can't wait to live vicariously through you playing Kang later today. So I'm gonna try, and I guess I can run a poll, but I think I'm gonna try to do the video, like the games for the video, live on stream, instead of ending the stream and just doing the gameplay solo. So it would be much more focused on the game, less so on like chat and interaction, except for like between games. But that way you guys could see Kang like right away, and then relive it later through the videos. And so I like the idea. My only concern is that I don't know if I get awkward streaming, like streaming as if I'm doing a long form structured video. So I'm gonna try it, see how the first couple of games go. We'll do the hall rides and everything. We'll do the name call outs. We'll make sure that it's a good old fashioned true TLSG video, and then just kind of navigate it from there. I know you mentioned that I was running stature. I tried it for a few days. Yeah, with the stature hype. Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, and I don't think that the stature is one that just changes the deck entirely. I think it's a fun slot. I think it does decently. It's under Shang-Chi range. It's okay if it gets rotated out early. But I agreed. I don't think it really changes the deck for the better. But I was just curious if, because of that, you were thinking of Kang in the deck as well. Crimson, thank you so much for the follow, and then Seba Jim, thank you so much for the follow as well. I wonder if we just hawk into this. They snapped on turn 1, but they're most definitely a bot. But we might as well snap back. We'll hawk in the right lane. We can always maybe hobgoblin them in the throne room. Oh, don't pull. Okay, they can't pull because of Cosmo. Yeah, I know that people film their videos while streaming. It's just not something that... Will it be as sweaty as your ghost video? hopefully not as like into like my Joker origin story as the ghost video. I think it'll go a little bit better. And I know that people film their videos while streaming. It's just I haven't done it, so I don't know that it. I don't know how authentic it remains. I want to make sure that it doesn't lose anything. But it also felt generally worse. Yeah. Oh, because you face bots all day? I ran it for a little bit against other people, but that was like as Thanos was like really starting to pop up, and so I don't know. I don't know that how well it runs either. For the most part, I dabbled with it a lot, but Nothing too in-depth. I think we do Shang-Chi here. We don't have initiative, so if they do something big, we just destroy it. I'm with you, Tlsg. I think YouTube content is a different animal than doing it on Twitch and just exporting it. Yeah, so for me, it's a little bit different, like, I don't know, mindset of like how I present what we're covering, and I want to make sure that the video doesn't lose that. I'm gonna definitely try a couple of games at the worst, like live while streaming, and then if it doesn't feel like it's working, if it doesn't feel like it's gonna be as solid, then we'll end the stream and we'll focus on the video after that. What's your least favorite archetype to play? I think Galactus. I think he's a fine card. I think he's a fine card. I don't find it very fun. For the most part, it's very linear. Maybe once we get some stuff that supports a turn 6 Galactus, maybe that changes things. But until then, like just having to rely on getting a ramp component and then relying on your opponent not having a counter to it, be able to get your in-game play off, it just, I don't know, it seems kind of it doesn't fit my play style. I like to be able to have multiple play lines that I can lean on and kind of make reads and kind of outplay the opponent. Galactus is generally just very straightforward. Yeah, and you're drawing, it's basically not fun for always, yeah, for at least one player. Yeah, so one way or another, it always kind of feels bad. Now, a turn 6 Galactus, I think that's going to be the point where people really start getting frustrated with it. Because if we can build a consistent turn 6 Galactus, it's going to be scary. Because that means either people are not going to see it coming, or it's just like there's nothing you can do against it. And I'm excited and nervous for when that happens. I think Nimrod is going to be our introduction into like the turn 6 Galactus really feeling like a decent choice. But in case you guys didn't know, I switched over to the junk deck. This is my comfort list. Whenever I'm not doing well climbing, as long as we're not seeing a lot of killmongers or a lot of death wave, this is always like my go-to comfort list. Since we're going against a bot, I don't think we're gonna snap and that always feels bad too. I think we're just gonna go with the Viper play to the left. We're gonna play it safe. I feel like a bot is just going to snipe me in the Space Throne. If you build a deck that threatens turn 6 Galactus, yeah, and also threatens to win in other ways, yep. And so I think that comes down with like Nimrod and Destroyer and a couple of those other like really big plays. I think that becomes potentially possible and very scary at the same time. Maybe Null, so you have multiple play lines, but I've been in most scenarios I've been disappointed with Null, so that one I would definitely have to test out before I recommended it there. Yeah, the Nimrod, like Shuri into Nimrod into Galactus is, if your opponent can't block it, it's gonna feel so bad. And so maybe you do all 4 of those in one lane so that they can't arrow your cards into a lane that already has cards. I think there's going to be some interesting brews once Nimrod's here. The Leech is interesting. Do we ever still win this one? We can get the easy mojo. We don't get any value from our hood, but we can do. Well, we didn't play this one right. I'm going to do that. I think we lose this one overall. We'll probably retreat out for the 1 cube here in just a minute. Tlsg, critical question. Do you order flat water or sparkling water at a restaurant? Just water. Ice water. I don't think I'm fancy enough to go to restaurants that have sparkling water. I just order ice water. To answer your critical question of the day, Natty. We can do Doc Ock. This goes -2, but it gives us a +6, so it's going to be +4 overall. Have a shot. Not a great shot, but I noticed that your YouTube thumbnails are most Dan Hip variants. I am a very big fan of Dan Hip, like variants and artwork. I just think it's so, like, I think it just looks like, I don't know. The color schemes that he uses, like the approach, I don't know. I think they all look really, really good. I am a little bit sad that I have the Dan Hip Giganto. I'm really sad that I don't get to run him very often, because I think it looks really, really cool. I don't have it on this account. I have it on the other one. I think it looks really cool, but it's Gigantos ran so infrequently that I haven't. Do I prefer Spider-Woman over Gamora in this list? I don't know just yet. So it's something that I'm testing out. I haven't played a lot of this junk deck since I hit Infinite, because this is what I used to climb on my main account for the most part this season. In my Shuri and Thanos boycott. This is what I used to climb most of the season with. And so with the 1 power bump for Spider-Woman, she can potentially be the same value as a Gamora if you had hit the Gamora trigger. But I think Spider-Woman's going to be a little bit more flexible, because you can use it into filled up lanes. You can use it as a follow-up to like a Doc Ock if you need to. And so it's something I'm testing out. I don't know for sure, but I think it'll be a decent change. I want to make my own decks, but it never got me over rank 40. Any tips for deck making? So I think keep trying. I guess is the biggest thing. It doesn't sound incredibly like important, but like keep trying. So the first few decks, if you ever get bored and kind of want to be humbled like with how far the YouTube channel's growth has come, if you check out my YouTube channel and look at like my older or oldest videos, they're bad. Like the builds themselves are generally not great. They're pretty incohesive. A lot of the cards, like you look at them, you're like, why is this even in here? But because I continued to, and I gave myself the challenge of, the YouTube video is not working still. Here, I'll get you the link to the YouTube channel. But because I forced myself to build a new deck every day, I eventually started finding a better way to like more efficiently drop cards, find multiple win conditions, make it more consistent and less gimmicky. And I think all of those things just come with trial and error. I don't think it's anything that anyone that builds decks just has naturally. Yep, to get good at something, you have to be bad first. I agree. And so there's a link to the YouTube channel if you want to check it out. So if you discovered me on Twitch, I have a lot of content on YouTube. We do daily videos over there. And so if you want to check it out, there is the link in the chat. So we could do another debris and really start clogging up their board. We could do Polaris and potentially pull their cards over. Actually, yeah. Let's do the Titania and the Polaris. That will most likely cap out this lane. We get another Titania we can use somewhere else. And then we can we know exactly how much power we need to push into the cloning vats to win from there. It does give them a 5 power resource that we're not able to recall. I like the combo much better with like the Green Goblin, so the Titania and the Green Goblin, because that keeps your space free. You can recall it back. But even with this one, it makes it where it's very hard for them to play where and what they want to play. Are you concerned about getting burnout from contents? I'm not. So I really enjoy playing the game. Like I think it comes down to like I really enjoy playing Snap, and so even when I'm not creating content and I'm like, man, I need some downtime, I find that I'm still playing Snap and just like either brewing or like watching other competitive like decks and builds. And so I don't foresee any kind of burnout anytime soon. Maybe eventually it's something that I have to face, but I think for now I'm confident I'm in a decent enough spot. So they can't absorb any energy. Do we? So the 8 power from Mojo would be enough to swing this location. So I don't think we need to worry about playing early. I think instead we do something like a Doc Ock. That way next turn we can either do Polaris, Titania, along with our Mojo to the left. My favorite thing right now is brewing with unreleased cards. Yeah, the unreleased cards, I don't get as much joy out of doing it from like the rotational ones, so like Stature, because not everybody's going to be able to use it. Where I get the most joy, the Blue Marvel is big. Where I get the most joy out of it is like the season pass cards. So something that everybody has access to, or if they want to pay the $10, everyone has access to and can build around. I think that for me that's much more fun than much more fun than brewing around something that just a small percentage of people can have. Spider-Woman Titania wins. The Spider-Woman here Titania? Spider-Woman Titania? But that doesn't win the left lane. Oh, never mind. Okay. So I was thinking of maybe doing a Mojo that gives us 8, and then Titania, we let our Sunspot and Sunspot soak. So that's going to be 8, 9, 10, 11. Power in this lane, that's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that loses by 1. Mojo left, Titania mid. Is that what we need? I knew it was somewhere in there. Mojo left is going to be 8, 9, 10, 11. So that pushes us. This is 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and we win by 1. Okay. Oh, wait, the lizard loses power. You're right. You guys are right. And so then we'll let the Sunspot soak. This is a community win. This is Spider-Woman left, Titania mid wins. I think there was a couple ways to make this one happen. With them being completely capped out. But that was a community that was a community effort to find the right way to place the power. But yeah, for Kang, it comes out in 55 minutes, and so we are hoping that we get it on the refresh. We did it together. The community rose up and won the cubes for me. We're still struggling under 70. I think maybe we'll push to above 70 with this list. We've been just like hovering back and forth, exactly where we started. You did it, chat. POG. GG. I'll split a fraction of each of those cubes with you guys. We do get the Green Goblin and Titania. Yeah, I'm hoping for Kang. I've tried to give myself as much chance because we have no. Ooh, that's a Death Wave. This deck is actively bad against Death Wave. So if they snap at any point, then we're going to retreat. But on my main account, the only card that we have left once Kang is released is Kang. So unless it rolls into an ultimate variant, then we're fine. Plunder Castle gives us a little bit of an edge. Is not bad. So it's a Thanos Death Wave. If we do Green Goblin here, then they're exactly at 0 power. I know for a fact I'm gonna get the name or ultimate variant on a shop reset. You know that for a fact, Hassa? It does look like Thanos Death Wave. Do they destroy? Okay, they do destroy their cards. I feel like you're gonna regret it in the future. Hopefully you don't get it. Hopefully you get Kang, and hopefully I get Kang, and we can both start experimenting with it. Second Dinner really needs to get on top of Twitch drops. It's a win-win. Fingers crossed. That would be really cool to be able to do like Twitch drops and different things to engage the community. I think that'd be really cool. Like whether it be just like during launch events and I don't know, a couple of different ways to do that. I don't know that we have a great play here. We don't want to destroy this left lane, but I don't really like floating this. Official Saucepan, welcome back. How was Destiny 2? We could have done Titania Sunspot. I assume they have a Killmonger though, so I'm afraid of the Killmonger play. So dropping our 1 cost early seems a little bit risky, but I feel like we're gonna have to at some point, right? We can cap out their left lane. We don't have anything to play into Plunder Castle or Crimson Cosmos, but we can completely cap their left lane if they don't do it. The Killmonger comes down early. Oh no, to cap our entire board with our Goblin. Oh no, our Titania, our Sunspot. Oh well, okay. No regrets. At the moment, I don't think you can afford to climb without a deck that is happy playing 1 card from turn 4 onward. This one we typically are, but against Death Wave, we're not. So Death Wave, with it being heavy into the Killmonger, that's a matchup that I think I have like a 0% win rate with a junk deck. Everything else feels like we can hold our own, but when Death Wave rises up, we drop the junk deck for a little while. I gotta mess around with the new loadout system for your Warlock. Warlock was the first one I ran to cap in Destiny 2. I'm sure it's changed drastically since I ran it, but that's the one that I ran first. And I played it so much on release that like I was falling asleep in between the load screens, and the load screens were not long. And so that's when I knew I needed to drop it, and I I needed to move on to something else. And then then Ruben and Slaw, Wills, thank you guys for the follows. Very much appreciated. Thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you guys are having fantastic days so far. Yep, and the good news is the Death Wave is played much less now. You're right. And then Sarcastic Critic, thank you for the follow as well. Patriot's never like a terrible call. It just depends on what you're running into in like your pocket of the meta. And with Thanos and Shuri, it has trouble keeping pace. But outside of that, like it's still very, very consistent, very viable. But just finding the best way to do it from there. I think maybe we Polaris. And then next turn, we just hope for like a Green Goblin top deck. Someone I know has 600 hours on Destiny 2. That could very easily have been me. Like, I don't know. This may be a little bit too niche, but I played a lot of old school RuneScape for a long time. Before it became old school RuneScape, and I probably had a lot more than 600 hours played on it. It was one of those like unhealthy style of addictions. I played WoW, but it never really had that gripping effect. Like once I got to in game, once I completed the leveling grind, like completing the raids each week just didn't offer that draw, and so I always ended up dropping it from there. WoW itself was fun, but just the in-game for me just got boring, knowing that when a new expansion came out, everything that I spent hours and hours grinding for just kind of goes to waste. You don't want to know my hours if you think 600 is a lot. I'm assuming you have quite a few. Just checked, I have 1,700 hours on Dota, and I know I'm not the worst offender. Yeah, there's certain games that are just so captivating that it's just you can't. Just you end up pumping so many hours. I know I had a lot of hours into League of Legends before I ended up stopping that, just because the games were so long that you play one game, it could be 40. That was an interesting decision by Zaki. They gave us a chance to win. But just because the games are so long, you end up pushing 40 minutes just playing one game, and so then to get a couple, all of a sudden you're 4 hours in and wondering where your day went. I wonder if we just skip here and let Sunspot soak. They messed up pretty heavily with the Hobgoblin, I think. And so if they play a card into the Nexus, we get our Titania back, and then we just soak from there. You played 4,000 hours of Path of Exile. Path of Exile I tested or I tried out, but it didn't pull me in. It didn't suck me in. Like some of the other, like, ooh, that's an interesting way to do it. I don't think it wins it for them, but it's an interesting way to make sure that they keep the Titania on their side. Yeah, League is one of those games where you want to quit, yeah, but you end up still playing. Like, you're so frustrated that you can't end on a bad game, and then they're just all bad games. And the higher up in rank you get, the worse it is. And so then I had to take a step back and realize that I wasn't enjoying playing it. It was just something I was playing because at one point I enjoyed it. And so I from there, I knew I had to stop and do something different. I think we just flood our stuff onto the board. Normally we don't like to play our cards early, but I think we're going to use the Green Goblin. We're going to start clogging them up a little bit. We'll let Sunspot soak as we draw some additional resources. Then again, my hours is over the course of 3 years. Yeah. Oh, you've been playing Death. Yeah, if you play something on stream, you typically do rack up a lot more hours on it. I have at least 1,000 in Hearthstone, but haven't played in over 3 years. So Hearthstone, I was actually playing Hearthstone again. Like, I had dropped it, picked it up, dropped it, and I was playing it again just before the closed beta for this released. And it was, the idea behind the game just looked so much different than a traditional card game that I knew that I wanted to like test this out. Whenever I tested it out, I I realized that I enjoyed this so much more than I was enjoying my Hearthstone grind. But yeah, I have a lot of hours sank into Hearthstone as well. What rank were you at your peak in League? I think it was like Platinum. It wasn't like incredibly impressive, but it wasn't incredibly bad either. So just enough to not be completely bad with map awareness and like those combos but yeah, and it. To be fair, I got hard carried. The last time I played, Ivern was just released, and Ivern was broken. And I mained jungle, and I was able to just lean in on that to be able to carry me to platinum. Outside of that, like if I got slotted into top or ADC, it was a lot less impressive. But the Ivern jungle was so broken whenever he was released. It's your fault. Insert jungler's name here. Yep, that was me every single game. So I'm back from the walk with the dog and dinner. Ryu, welcome back. Hopefully the walk and the dinner went well. I'm glad to have you back. We're nearing in on Kang release time. Just a few more. I guess I don't know. We're like 40 minutes away. That was. I didn't think about it, Jushido, but that was a very brave Viper. Had the chance of sending over to, like, every once in a while I'll take the risk of like sending a 3-powered Shang-Chi or Debris, but they risked a 12-power Gamora. Oh my gosh, that is something else. I didn't even think about how brave that was. Back in again. See you again later. Probably be back if the server drops again. All right. See you when you pop back in, official Sauce fan. I think we play Shang-Chi now. I don't think we hold it. They could have a Doc Ock. This looks like a very close version to the junk deck that we're running. They could have a Doc Ock. I don't think they're going to push for Kiln. And we'll see. The players. Okay, the players pulls the Titania. It bounces to their side. No, stays on our side. Bounces to their side. We lose that lane. The 8-power here is going to bring them down to 10. But it doesn't win it for us. I think we do Black Widow and Titania. And just hope that they can't flood 3 cards. Or 3 cards into Mojo World. I played a lot of Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone, and now Snap. But are there any roguelike genre lovers in the chat? I find there's a common trend between strategic thinking, which gives similar satisfaction. I do like a good roguelike. I like the RPG elements in a roguelike game, though. Oh, that wasn't the last turn. Oh my gosh. We're choking. Okay. So, I thought that was the last turn. So I like roguelike games. I'm trying to think of the last one that I played recently, but I swore that was turn 6. Oh man. It's because I used the Shang-Chi on 4, right? I have played Slay the Spire. What were they doing? I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what we were doing either, to be fair. I have played Slay the Spire. I played it quite a bit. I have it on Steam, but I kind of stopped playing it as much because I can't play it on my phone. I don't want to buy it again on my phone for the exact same game. So maybe we can get lucky and they don't play into the left lane. Okay, well they do. The Titania is going to bounce to their side. Okay, well that's good. We lose. Oh no, they cap it out. Mr. Robot EXE, thank you so much for the follow. And then Anquit, Lake Kiwis, thank you guys both for the follows as well. Nice. Any standouts? 100% completions? Not me. Do you support any sports or teams? I used to watch like the traditional American sports, like basketball, football, a little bit of baseball, not a whole lot. But I haven't gotten much into soccer. Soccer was one that I wasn't exposed to much growing up, and so it just never like caught on. My school was only big enough to have a basketball and a football team, and so that's kind of what I grew interests in. And I was really out of shape as a kid, so the thought of soccer running up and down, back and forth, just scared me. titanium math really hurt my brain. It does whenever you use her and it's not the last turn. It definitely does. Spider-Woman works better than Gamora. I don't know. I think she is just about as good. I don't know if she's better or worse. I think she's decent. But it just depends on what you're finding that you run into a lot. Like if you're finding that you cap out lanes a lot, it's not as great. I don't know what happened there. What happened to the Widow's Bite? I mean, we'll take an extra 8 power on the board. I just don't know what happened. Is it actually there, Infinity? Is it actually there? It just doesn't show. Because I've never ran into that before. So Sakaar pulled tried to pull their Widow's Bite and it like freaked out and went somewhere. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I have no idea. And then but welcome back. This junk deck helped me learn how to use Titania. Yeah, so if you're using her as like an early drop, like she can stab you in the back a lot of times. If you can use her like strategically or to your advantage, a lot of times you can find ways to make the win. I guess we're gonna find out if it dropped anything into mid or not. We're gonna pull everything with our Doc Ock. If they have a Galactus and they play it into mid, then we're fine there as well. They have the Daredevil, so it could be a Galactus. I guess they could have Professor X and would lock us into this lane. There's the Widow's Bite. The Widow's Bite's back. I guess it was just a visual bug. They had to play here to be able to see it. Yeah, it just disappeared into the top right of the screen. But I guess it was truly there. It just freaked out a little bit. So the Infinite pool there is not great for us. I don't necessarily want to do Debris here. I'm going to do Polaris to the left. We would have to hope for a Shang-Chi top deck. I think would be the only way we win mid now. We can Polaris to the left to try to win over here. And then we're looking for a top deck Shang-Chi. We have the 1 out of 4, the 25% chance. That's not a great turn 5 play. It looks very bot-like. We're losing to bots today. And that feels so bad. Can we win in the right lane? Do they just drop Odin? I don't think we even have enough power to compete for the right lane. We can do 3. We can do 8. So I assume, oh no, we can do 6. We can do 11. I mean, I assume they drop Chavez or something else. Oh my gosh. I was testing if we oh my gosh. We're not climbing up, we're climbing down today, guys. Don't they just pass for left if you don't put anything there? They should. I can't now. I was curious if we snapped, and so I clicked my attention span and clicked the bot. We're gonna donate 8 cubes to the bot here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they snapped first. And then I snapped back like I don't know why I don't know. I don't know what happened there, guys. It's not our day. Hopefully Kang changes things. Oh my gosh. That one was our fault. We could have left for 1. But I thought I had snapped, and so I was testing if... Oh, man. Yeah, to be frank, there needs to be a better indication of if you snapped or not. I guess we could have looked at the retreat button, but I don't know. How long till Kang? We have 35 minutes. Hopefully 35 minutes will be enough to turn this around for a little bit. It was a risky test. Yeah, it didn't turn out for us for sure. That is not how we wanted it to go. I think we're gonna play Viper just for the tempo to the left. That seems a little bit suspicious. If they're running a junk deck of their own, then they may throw a Green Goblin there. They could pretty easily win Kiln between the Sunspot and the armor. I mean, Kang would have let me take that snap back. I mean, we were just practicing. Kang definitely would have let me take it back. So we could do Green Goblin here. As long as they don't play there, and I think if we don't snap back, I think we're in bot territory and we're still losing to it though, which is what feels bad. I think if it's a bot, they just block our space throw and play with the Goblin. A lot of times you can sneak it over on a human player, but against a bot, it feels much more hard. It feels much harder to do. Do they have a specific time for card releases? How do you know what time they're dropping? So they drop them at the same time each week. So Tuesdays it's 1 p.m. my time, but whenever this next shop refresh happens, whatever time that is for you, that's what time they reset. I think I'm gonna prep Mojo in the hub. We're gonna play Black Widow to give them junk. After this turn, they'll have to play it into the hub, so that we can start clogging up their side of the board. It's either that or we do debris, but that starts clogging our side a little bit as well. I think we go with the Black Widow. And then Croquet, hey Tlsg, longtime YouTube viewer here, first time catching you live. I'm so glad that you found the live stream. Hopefully you're enjoying it as much as the structured video content. I do feel like I play much worse live, but I do enjoy interacting with chat and being able to have to just have that immediate feedback. Is something that I can't get with like the YouTube comments, and so it's a different like gear entirely, but I enjoy it. Hopefully you're enjoying it as well. I'm glad you found the stream, and I'm glad you're enjoying the content. It would suck to be a streamer or influencer and not see Kang in the shop for a few days. Loop boop. That is very, very true. The Infinite pool is fine. Oh my gosh, that is a stacked that is a stacked Doc Ock. Luckily for us, we have our Shang-Chi, so we can leave them with only 1 power there. But that would have been devastating. Yeah, that one should be GG. And it's a bot, so I think they stay on us. Hopefully, we need the 8 cube. We need the generous 8 cube donation. After we donated 8 to the bot, they're just returning the favor after last game's monstrosity. Yeah, that Doc Ock was rude. Had it pulled into a Cosmo, like an Infinite and a Cosmo, that would have been awful. But otherwise. That one was very well played. That one worked out in our favor. We're almost to another mystery variant. And I will need to upgrade some cards on my main account. And actually, maybe a couple more games. Maybe we'll try to push for 70, and then we'll switch over to the main account. And I have to upgrade some cards. So I have to try to figure out which cards I want to spend my credits on so I can unlock more reserves. And then I'm waiting to pull the reserves until Kang comes out, because right now it would just be a waste to pull them, because I don't have any potential Series 5 that I could even get lucky with pulling. Got that McKicken sandwich deluxe? That is our lunch today. Spend your credits on pixel variants? I mean, they need to be upgraded as well. We've been upgrading our Hawk. Will Kang be broken or mid? In my head, he's very strong. I think if you draw him towards the later part of the game, he's like, if you play him on the turn you draw him, then you redraw that next card, so it helps thin your deck. But I think there's also a couple of other ways that he has really cool interactions that I think are going to be fun. I don't know that he's as flexible as some people might think, but I think he's going to be really strong. So it's like a very flexible Daredevil that the opponent won't see coming. You think Kang will win a lot of 1-cube games? Maybe. I think it'll give you strategic positioning to set up for the last turn. I don't think where his strength lies is the last turn play. I don't think it's necessarily even turn 5 as well. I think just the information that you gather from his interaction is where his strength is really going to be at. I was surprised about Kang not downgrading, not because the other two big bads are archetype defining. Yeah, so Kang I don't think defines an archetype by himself. I think he just adds a lot of insight for certain plays. But I think you're right. I don't think it's like Thanos or Galactus where he just changes the metagame or the archetype. Like I don't think being in a deck he just creates a whole build around. So I agree. I get that he's like the current phase, like big bad, so it needs to be like this big release, but I don't think he's as I don't know that he'll be as strong or meta defining as like a Thanos. I think he's a good supplementary card though. And I think he could really give you the insight to win some of those like closer matches. Kang is going to lower Arrow's power. I think if it could, yeah, and I think it might create some misplays from some opponents as well, like trying to play around the Kang if they're seeing it a lot, and then end up like misplaying it entirely. I can't wait for Kang and the next season pass. I won't say spoilers for people in chat for my Galactus deck. The next season pass card, and I think most people know, just because spoilers now are just all over the place. But I do agree. I think next season pass card is going to be really fun to play with. I don't think it's going to be like a Zabu level of strong, but I think it's going to be strong nonetheless. And I think it like helps buff up some of the cards that that may not be as flexible to play. So like Destroyer, I think can come back. Arnim Zola, I think Galactus will be really good as well. Yo, I gotta go. I'll watch the stream after it ended to see what you did with Kang. And then Lord Bruh, if you haven't, the video will be on YouTube as well, so it'll be a little bit more structured if you want something that's like straight and to the point, like 15 minutes of just gameplay. But if not, definitely check the video on demand here or on the YouTube channel that will upload the videos on demand too. But hopefully you have a great rest of your day. I'm glad you jumped in and joined us for a little while anyways. So we could do Doc Ock. I don't think we want to do Doc Ock into Mojo World though. And we haven't played anything in Devormir, which is an issue. I think we misplayed this one pretty heavily by not paying attention. Like if we pull in with Doc Ock, then we're gonna have to rely on floating energy. I don't like any bit of this. I don't like any bit of it. Won't stream on YouTube anymore? I don't think so. There's some strife between when I launch a live stream on YouTube and how well the videos do. And so then they start competing with each other. And so they kind of start cannibalizing how well each individual one can do. And so I think I'm going to, at least for the time being, stick to streaming on Twitch. I like some of the features that it has here a little bit better than on YouTube. Tlsg, I don't know if you've discussed it, but do you have shells planned out already for Kang? I do have one. It kind of feels like a very flexible card that fits anywhere, kind of like Chavez. I think it's pretty flexible. I think that if you draw it before turn 5 and you don't redraw, then it's not as flexible as you might think. So like if I draw it on 2 and use it on 5, I just redraw what I drew on turn 5. And so it doesn't really thin the deck as much in some scenarios. In other situations, I do think it's going to be really, I think it's going to be flexible, but I don't think it might be as flexible as like a Chavez. So they end up snapping on us. We can fill up this lane to win the left lane, but we can't compete for the right, and they have 4 cards left in their hand after Doc Ock pulled. We're going to retreat out of this one. I don't know why we're even hovering here. Hey, it's Guy. Hey, if Guy on Fire is here, thanks for the gifted sub yesterday. I know he was here earlier. I'm not sure if he's still hanging around. He might be lurking. But yeah, definitely if you see Guy on Fire, thank him and Blitz Monkey for the massive. They did 10 gifted each yesterday, which is such huge support for me transitioning from YouTube over to Twitch. But Toby, I do have a couple of shells planned for Kang. I have one built out that all I need to do is slot Kang in. I think that's going to be like the accessible list. Sadly, I think he slots into Thanos really well. Scarily enough, I think he slots into Thanos where it's going to be a little bit more consistent than it is even now. But I think he slots into a couple other things in addition to that. So Sakar's going to pull one of our cards. I think we're just going to do Hood. It can pull into our Doc Ock, which would force them to having their lane completely capped early on. It does pull into Doc Ock. That's huge. Unless it pulls into like really big things. Maybe not. She-Hulk's not great for us. the Arrow, and the Magneto. If we can draw Shang-Chi, then we win that lane. We've taken out their Arrow. We have Sunspot on the left. This actually looks pretty promising. Their Space Stone is either stuck here or they have to move it to Dark Dimension. They can't on reveal to draw additional stones. Why did he say slots into Thanos like that? Because Thanos is already really, really popular. And I feel like the sentiment is going to continue to degrade. Even if it's pretty well balanced and it's just decently strong, if it is the one deck that everyone has or is really popular, then the sentiment slowly but surely degrades. So it's kind of like a leader. With people slotting leader in, like the sentiment grew negative very, very fast. And so then all of a sudden, like they have to either balance it or change it, or even if it's not necessarily statistically the best card, it's just because of the popularity and the overall sentiment, they have to rework it. And so I'm afraid for Thanos. I think even though he's inevitable, he might see some changes if people in the overall sentiment continues to like take this this downward trajectory that it's on. They did sleep on Thanos at the start. I was awoken to the potential of Thanos when Hasa beat me in the Black Claws tournament, and I was like, okay, well, I was running Shuri, and it was close. Like, it wasn't a blowout either way. It was very, very close. It came down to the last game. He hit a Shang-Chi on me. I'll never forget it. He hit a Shang-Chi on me, and that's when I was like, okay, Thanos might be more than just a meme. So we have our Shang-Chi already. I think instead of flooding both of these, we're going to do our Mojo. We hold some of our lower cost cards for later in the game, because we don't want to fill up the Gamma Lab too much. We don't want to force it into it just being a bad change for us. Weird World is interesting too. I hope they have a good animation for Thanos, other than, yeah. So I think they will. I think they're working on it. If I remember correctly, I didn't show the Shang-Chi until that game too. You didn't. It was until the very last game, and I threw down an Arnim Zola, and you destroyed my Red Skull. Like, it's like I can remember it as it was happening. Like, it was a very good play. I wasn't mad. I was just like impressed, and so then I started messing around with Thanos after that. A yellow Hulk from their deck? Oh yeah, we get a yellow Hulk from their deck. And it's a 1 cost too. It was very kind of them to send the 1 cost Hulk to us. I think we're just gonna play Viper for some stats onto the board. We're gonna have a lot of power over here, as long as they don't have a way to block this one. What? Is this a bot? If so, I feel less good about that play. But that was calculated. 100%. That was 100% calculated. We're the cheating bot now. We are definitely the cheating bot now. We're gonna early play our Shang-Chi. Actually, maybe not. Yes, yeah, with Weird World, unless they had Shang-Chi in their hand already. The only hesitation I have with playing Shang-Chi here. I mean, then Gog, hello, how's it going? Welcome. I'm glad you're here. So if they have Shang-Chi in their hand, playing and capping out our left lane, our Gamma Lab lane, leaves it at only a max of 3 power. I think we're gonna wait. Let's play the Space Stone. We'll move one of our Hulks. We'll draw a card off of it. And then we can hold these other 2. Yep, I agree. I think Space Stone to move a Hulk out is going to be a little bit better. Are you a Marvel fan, or do you just like the card games? And so I've been a Marvel Cinematic Universe fan. So like watching the movies, I've kept up with all of those even before the game. But since starting playing the game, I've dove into the comics a little bit more. So I hadn't read any of the comics or really explored like that piece of the Marvel universe, but since playing, it's kind of piqued an interest a little bit further. So they did Shang-Chi the Hulks. Unless they have Arrow in hand, then we can Shang-Chi them right back. And Arrow could do it though. I feel like that's always the response to every single game is Arrow could probably win here. And Hasa, you said I forgot to ask, how did your other games go in that tourney? I saw you finished well. Other than that one, I lost. It's funny. Yours is the only one that I really remember vividly. I had a couple of really close like Wong hazmat style games. But outside of those, like yours was the only one that was so incredibly close that I remember. The Wong hazmats were back and forth. Most of the games, the early on ones, went really, really easily. And then towards the end, when it was like really fighting for the positioning, is when I started kind of teetering back and forth. I don't remember what I lost to. I don't think it was Zabu. I think I couldn't tell you what I even lost to besides Thanos. Let's do one more. See if we can get 70, and then we'll jump over and we'll start spending some credit. 19 minutes is a little bit long to spend credits. The Thanos buff didn't help much. It didn't help him in that situation. There was a lot of things that happened in that game that were a little bit scary. But by holding onto our Shang-Chi, we knew that they were capped to only 3 power. And so I always try not to get greedy with an early Shang-Chi and leaving myself like capped or stacked in that lane. Before the leader nerf, it was always, how do you play around leader? Yep. It's funny how it evolves, because it used to be, how do I play around leader, and can this beat leader? And then now it shifted into, can this beat Arrow, or does Arrow win here? Will we need to update the game before Kang is available? You won't. So as soon as the shop refreshes, it'll be in the game. I think we're gonna Green Goblin here into the Super Foe. We'll take away their extra energy each turn. We'll keep ours. And then Roy Stecky, welcome. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Oh, you got Shuri today? You climbed around 30 cubes with Galactus in the past 2 days. Galactus with Shuri? Oh, I didn't end my turn. Galactus with Shuri, or just Galactus in general? Yeah, it was 3 hours. Yeah, of pure pandemonium. Because it was like, how many games do I need? And trying to do that internal math of like, if I lose this one, am I still in a good spot? And so trying to figure out like when you needed to stop and call it was really interesting. I thought the overall tournament ran very, very well, as opposed to like brackets where you have to spend much longer than the 3 hours. But it was absolute chaos for those 3 hours. I think maybe we do, I don't know, debris still feels kind of bad. We can just soak here. We could eventually do maybe Debris, Mojo, Doc Ock, and Spider-Woman to cap out this lane, if we can soak up enough and take the rest of the resources so that we can win one of the other two. And another, you remember our game, and another one where you were at 1 cube versus 8 against the Surfer. That is a trial of patience. I don't think I could have kept the composure to come back from a 1 cube, from being at 1 cube, just knowing that it was just like right there the whole time. And then Mad Rogue, welcome. I'm glad that you found the stream. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I didn't understand the format that well. I queued at 10 and 1 at the end. Yeah, but that's not great for us. We pull their Red Skull and their Arnim Zola. It does push the Sarah out of the lane, but then they just get the double power from it into the Enchantress to destroy their Red Skull. Wow, that's not great. The only upside here, that they have 2 cards left. We can do Debris and Mojo. This is going to be plus 12 in this lane if we cap it with a Spider-Woman. It's like our only potential way to win here. The magic is interesting, knowing they only have 1 card left. Maybe it's Infinite and they're gonna skip here. I guess we just soak here. I want to snap back, but we're gonna wait 1 turn. If they pulled a fast one on us and they change it to magic and now they Scarlet Witch it away, I'm gonna be so frustrated. We're gonna go ahead and play our Spider-Woman just in case that is what they're gonna do. All right, guy on fire. I see your channel point redemption. I almost just accidentally overlooked it. So they have one card left. We win the right lane. They only have one card unless it somehow impacts multiple lanes. Then we just soak here and win. No. They can just play it in limbo. Ugh. If they have Killmonger, if they have anything that takes out this lane, oh. Okay, Dad, you're gonna hate what I'm saving my points for. I assume you're saving it for a name change. Remember, I can only do one of those every 30 days, and so you're gonna have to make it count. It can't get me banned either. Like if it's a name that's gonna get me banned, I'm gonna have to veto it. I guess we need to spin credits here too, but we're gonna hop over onto the main account really quickly. Let me switch over to the live cam view real fast. Just a little bit bigger of my face, and maybe you can see. Oh, can't see the puppy. They're laying on the couches. But while I switch my accounts, just make sure that nothing pops up across the screen, and then we'll come right back. All right. That's the Galactus Thanos deck that another streamer was trying the other day. I didn't have a lot of success with it, but it does have some decent synergies. Where are the puppies? I want to see them. So they're laying. One's laying on the couch, and the other's two. I don't know where they're hanging out at. I think one is still outside. So I think we want to upgrade our Thor. We don't have a great Thor variant, but I'm going to be using Thor soon. I don't want to reveal exactly what my deck is, like all of the pieces, but it will use it will use Thor. It will use Jane Foster. And so maybe I think we have quite a few credits. I'm not going to do the Pixel variant. We'll do the season pass one. We have quite a few. How many times have I split it? None. This is a good use of our why Destroyer in that list. Which one? Oh, in this one, as an alternate win condition. So even if you don't draw your Galactus, if you Professor X one lane, using Destroyer in another lane alongside like maybe a free stone, like a free power stone, could give you the win. So it's just another play path. Get the ultimate Thor variant. That one, I don't have enough tokens to spare. I haven't been lucky on my Series 5 pulls. And so I don't have enough spare tokens to go around and spend 5,000 on the ultimate one. I do think the ultimate one looks really, really good. But I just don't think I don't think I'm going to buy it anytime soon. Do you have a different layout because the screen is cut off a bit? Oh, one makes it a little bit bigger. This is more for like our deck explanation, but yeah, I do have this one so that we can show this while we're pulling different cards. The Ultimate White Queen one is really big as well. Thank you, Bart, by the way, for asking. And then Dustin Montana. I've been playing Galactus Thanos deck I got on Twitter called Tango and Cash. No Professor X, no Destroyer, Professor X, or Doc Ock. I had She-Hulk, Null, and Spider-Man instead. So the Spider-Man I find is good in Galactus, but it's going to force the retreats. So like you're definitely not going to get very many like late game plays out of it. Then again, with Galactus, you're probably not going to get very many anyways. Yeah, I do like this one. Being around for the season pass, which they said they're going to re-release all of the like cosmetics that came out during the beta. They just haven't announced how they're going to do that yet. So eventually this one should be available for everyone else as well. I think we're going to take it one more time around. I got a hard question for you. Which one is your favorite blanket back there? Well, I mean, we have one there, and then the whole basket of them. I don't know. I don't think I have a favorite. The one down here is probably the favorite though. That's the warmest. If I had to pick one, if I had to pick a favorite, it's the warmest, the comfiest, which is the tier 1 blanket. That one's S tier. For warmth, for feel, it's definitely an S tier blanket. If I had to create my blanket tier lists. You have a free to play and a paid account. So the one that I was playing on before was my free to play account. But I eventually started. I I eventually started buying the season passes on that account because they're relatively cheap and it gives you a Series 5 card. So it's a little bit easier to pull the other cards. So I wouldn't want to pull Modok as a Series 5 from a cache. Like that would feel really bad. Knowing that I could have got it for $10 and the tokens, gold, cosmetics that I get typically for me are worth the $10 anyways. And so it's not a free to play anymore. It's just close to free to play. Which is the meta blanket. I mean, it depends on who you ask. They both have their own strength. I misheard and thought you were saying which was your favorite dog. Oh. I mean, I probably have a favorite dog over. Yeah, it's a dolphin account. It's not this one's a whale account. The other one's a dolphin. It was a free to play for a while, but it switched over into a dolphin. We need a blanket box in my house. Yeah, we have the basket, but it looks like dirty clothes back there. So that's like my #1 comment that I get on videos is that we have the dirty clothes always at the ready. That Thor variant is cool. I like this Thor variant. I haven't used it. I mean, I guess I've used it quite a bit. I had 800 boosters for him. I don't use him much outside of like a value deck or like a Jane Foster Lockjaw style build. Mr. Max Grecky made this game a free to whale game for me. How did he make it a free? How did he make it a free to? So it's free for you to whale? Or like whaling is free, so like you're not having to spend any money on it? Or because his variants are so cool, you're free to go ahead and spend your money and whale on it? Is that the White Queen variant ink? Let's see. Did I pull it up? Or was it on here? Yeah. So it's the Art Germ one. This one's the Art Germ variant. I recently got this one black and white. And I like it. Thoughts on Valkyrie Zoodex? I like Valkyrie more in a like control style, unless I'm running Thanos. I think with Thanos, it is a little bit better to go Zoo. But it really depends on how you're leaning into it. So like Shanna, I think she's a little bit too RNG to be consistent. Same thing with Dazzler. Sometimes locations are like Space Throne. You're no longer going to be able to trigger your Dazzler. Yeah, the best Zoo deck is Thanos. I feel like with the stones and how strong they can get, it's hard to match up against that. The Pixel Moon Girl ink is cursed. I got it inked not very long ago. I can actually take this one more time around. And so I went from not splitting this at all to 1, 2, 3. We could potentially black and white this one, right? It's on the 4th split that it has a 10% chance. I'm slowly acquiring the black and white and the gold splits where I can. It took me a lot of splits for Dino to finally become black and white, which I got him recently as well. Zombie Go Nom Nom ruined my life with a Valkyrie Zoo deck the other day. Valkyrie decks can, when you're not anticipating them, can absolutely surprise you, and they just do some really, they can do some really surprising things when you're not anticipating it. We did get on the 4th split. We got our Thor black and white. So that is where we're gonna stop with the Thor. Exactly 4 is all it took, and it has the like the blue sparkle, or the green. I can see colors, I promise. The green sparkle. That means the Mjolnirs are going to be black and white too. That looks. I like that one. We're gonna stick to that one for a while. We're not gonna upload. We're not gonna upgrade it anymore. That's where we stop here. That would look great in Ultra. With the green sparkles, I like the way that the black and whites look when they're common. For a second, thought you were colorblind. Yeah, my bad. But no, I can see them. Like this one's blue. Kind of sucks that when I inkify some of my variants, I feel like I'll stop touching it. Yep, me too. Me too. Once I hit inkified, it's like I no longer touch that card. So we have a few more credits. Not enough to go all the way around. So I think we're just gonna go with quality. Oh yeah, these are all my black and whites, by the way. We're starting to get a pretty big collection of the black and whites. Retsudo, thank you so much for the Prime sub subscription. That brings us up to 8 for the day. I know that I run into you on the ladder all the time. I'm glad that you found the stream. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I don't like the cards being common in this game ever. Not even when they're black and white. Melon juice. Sorry, I didn't hear. How do they become black and white? You have to split them a minimum of 4 times. And so go from common to infinite, and then do the card split. Have a chance at pulling it, or to have a chance at it being inkified. I think it's like a 10% chance. You always upgrade to the purple border. Oh, purple border. I normally go to the orange, or the orange. So all of my legendary borders. That's where I stop for 99% of my cards, unless they have some kind of cool cosmetic on them. Glad I could catch the stream. I'm just waiting on Kang too. Yeah, we have a couple more minutes. I'm gonna spend the rest of my credits here. And then I'll have to open reserves as soon as it's refreshed. I matched the border with the card's color scheme. I like it being like all one thing. So I like having all orange, or all common, or all inkified, or whatever that may be. I like having it consistent if I can. I noticed that you stop at orange in your videos. Yeah, I typically won't, unless it's black and white or gold. I typically won't touch it outside of it being orange. I would have probably stopped at blue if I didn't already make all of them purple for the past whatever. Yeah, and they made the infinite border much more sad. It looks much better than it did before. But I don't think it's enough for me to just go back through and upgrade all of my cards. Did Sulky break 70? We did. We switched over to the junk deck. The good old reliable debris send 'em junk deck. We donated 8 cubes to an unfortunate test back of a snap, and and then we were able to climb back from there. Did you see Regis has every base card at infant? I didn't. I didn't catch that one. It doesn't surprise me though. He wails out in this game just about as much as I do, so it does make sense. We'll bump our Patriot up. We have, I think it was 800 credits to spend. 15,000 collection level. Yeah, I'm close to the. I guess 13,000. It's both close and far, near and far from 15. And then let's spend our last few tokens. And then thank you guys for the follows, by the way, and for hanging out until Kang is released. We have another 1 minute to see the TLSG junk special. Yeah, that's my like. I feel like that's my bread and butter list. That's the one that I enjoy the most. What deck are you gonna try with Kang first? I have a Thor deck that I want to try with it. Yeah, we have the 1 minute that we're counting down. We've been live for 3.5 hours just waiting for this card to release. And so let's spend the last few of our credits, and then we'll sit on the shop screen. What was the deck? I love junk decks. I'll pull it up here in just a second. 300. That's perfect. I don't have snap.fan up anymore, but I'll switch over to it. Kang is out now. Has it reset for you? I think I still have a couple of seconds before the reset happens. I have 35 seconds. Let me switch over to the junk deck so you can at least see it, and then you can do exclamation point deck to see. Nax is out. Naxxramas was released. All right, so we have 1 second. I just left this game because I thought it was out. I have a lot of reserves to be able to pull it. Oh, that is unfortunate, my friends. Oh no. Jeff didn't get it either. That's so sad. Get ultimated. Okay, we have one more glimmer of hope. The rogue variant looks good, so now we just have to buy all of the variants, all of the ultimate variants. So let's switch over. We have one tiny glimmer of hope here. Retsudo, no Kang there either. Got Dazzler. What did Jeff get? And then Wob, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and Mr. Brightside, thank you so much for using your prime sub on us and just joining the channel family. We have this small shot. I don't even know if I can pull it on this one or if it'd be as good. It's 2 ultimates on both accounts? Oh no. Kraken, you got Gamora? It feels like nobody got Kang. Luke OB, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Heart, you got Kang? That's huge, Heart. I have Shuri pin, so no Kang for you. Got Sentry. No streamers getting it. What are the chances? Like, we all unanimously ended up getting ultimate variants. Got Dazzler. Educated Collins, he hasn't checked. I appreciate all the like little, all the people that are in multiple streams seeing who got it. Oh man, Second Dinner is trolling. I feel like they didn't actually release it. Yeah, I got variant on both of mine. Yeah, I got ultimate variants on both. Ghost Rider on this one, and I got the Rogue variant on the other one. We all have like 6 tabs opening, switching back between. You got Ghost. Oof, yeah, that one's tough too. I got the exact same variant as you. So none of the streamers ended up getting it? Oh no. Well, I guess we can. I was kind of banking on doing a video on Kang. I guess we're not. I've been playing a week. When does the shop open up? Once you hit collection level 500. The true test for the #1 snap streamer was getting Kang on launch. No, but none of us passed it. None of us were worthy. I guess is what it seems like. None of us were worthy of pulling it. I guess we play a little bit more junk. We'll end the stream with a few more. See if we can. Oh! I forgot about the caches. Thank you, Insomnation. I forgot I have a lot of caches saved up. That's if we pull it. That's the big winner. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and switch back over to the main account. I completely forgot. Did the basket move sides? Oh, whenever I switched scenes, right? Yeah, so this one's the live version. This one is the pre-recorded video version. So if you ever see it on this side, it wasn't live. Keep playing till you fight a Kang. But yeah, the basket teleports. We have 37 reserves to pull. We also have 20 season pass caches to open up. I'm saving those up just to do them all in one big bundle. And thank you guys for the follows, by the way. We're gonna open up our reserves, see if in 37 we can get lucky.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Wob, I'm not sure why that one's just now coming through, but Wob, thank you so much for the tier 1 again.
Hey, welcome.
I believe you
it
can
took
pull
you
them.
long enough.
So it has been. I started. They released the cards around. They released the cards around when I was collection level 6,000. I'm at 13 and I have not pulled a single Series 5. What are you gonna make your sub icon? I don't know. I want to change it into the unique ones, but don't you have to be partner first? Don't open the reserves? How come, Sonic? I don't have anything else to pull besides wait for tomorrow? How come? Oh no, just affiliate? Oh, in that case, I wanna upload them into something, but I do want to overhaul like the emotes and just everything. Some people are saying he's not actually live. Do we know if he's live though? That's true. If you pull Kang from the caches, I'll give 10 subs. The big Kang energy. Yeah, he climbed around 9,000 collections since S5. Yep. I've done about the same. I'm around 8,000 on this account with no S5. So has anyone seen Kang isn't real? He doesn't exist. But he's the one that remains. So he has to be real, right? I'm gonna pull Twitter and see if anybody has a picture. Aren't the reserved contents locked when you open them? Or when you obtain them, not when you open them. Whenever they switched, it was. But I think now it's less so. Kraken said I just watched myself and 5 streamers not get Kang. So do we know if he's actually out? Has anybody actually pulled Kang? I feel like the odds of all of us. Oh, here is a picture of it. There is a picture of it on Twitter. Here's the status. Unless that's just very well photoshopped. Kang restarted the release. So what you're saying is never open? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I didn't open them because I don't have any other S5s to pull. So Kang is my only S5 left. Actually, it's my only card left. No one in Snap Discord saw it. Well, I mean, this could be photoshopped. He had a little bit of time. Like, is it photoshopped? Like, did he just crop that pic? It is. Oh, okay. Wait. It's over it's over this portion. So anybody that followed that status link, it's over the token piece. And so I don't think it does that when you pin it. Nope. That has to be photoshopped. It's not real. It was posted. Oh, it was posted 3 hours ago. Okay. Oh, he actually mentioned it. Dang. Okay. Well, fine then. So has nobody actually seen it? I just pulled up the timeline to see if it was released, and then there it was. And so my bad, guys. My bad. I didn't mean to share a fake link. He didn't actually pull it. Anyone else? We got Stature. Dara didn't get it. I think someone got Kang and reset the game without Kang. I didn't mean to spread fake news. So I guess I will wait on opening the reserves for a little bit. I don't think it's out. Don't they usually tweet out new cards too? They have the last couple of times. But we'll see. I guess. All right, guys, bear with me. We're gonna switch back over to our alternate account, and then we'll run just a little bit of a different of a junk deck, just our junk deck, our signature send 'em crap style deck, and then we'll wait for word. Isn't Namor outdated in P5? Yeah. I haven't updated the lists. I haven't been brave enough to actually try the Cerebro challenge, but I want to at some point. And so I have them built and I leave them there. If he's not on the homepage, he's not out. But they always release it right at the reset. He just pulled Sauron from a reserve. I mean that's an S5. That's pretty big. I think you could get world record for what, UFG Blaze? We can't play a single card into Plunder Castle with this deck. So we have to rely on winning these two. Those are our only hopes. Or that's our only hope, I guess. All right, let's close out of Twitter and their fake news. And we'll wait for someone to find one that actually is Sauron dropping to Series 4. I think it'd be a couple more months. Oh, for the Cerebro challenge. So I think Dara has a really strategic advantage now. So he played it when Zabu reduced the cost of 4 cost by 2. And so a lot of the tail end ones that are just not very great decks in general can lean more heavily on Zabu to be able to play multiple 7 power cards. And so I think it's a little bit harder now. Mr. Brightside, gotta work, have a great stream. Thank you for popping in. I wish we could have pulled Kang for you. But apparently, apparently Kang is just like Thanos, and he's inevitably gonna miss collectively all of our shops at the same time. I do feel like maybe he's not actually released because I haven't seen anybody say that they actually pulled him outside of that fake news that I spread. My bad, guys. So we can do Sunspot into the big house. We can do Black Widow. And then we're just looking for a way to finish out clogging up their big house. So if they pull a 1 or a 2 cost card here, we could pull it over. Yeah, someone should have gotten him by now, I would think. TLSG is the Fox News of Marvel Snap. We're spreading fake news and lies and slander, and we're just spreading whatever comes across our desk without really vetting it. And that was not intentionally. I saw it and thought, glad Twitch suggests your stream. Hey, Healthy Snacks, welcome. I'm so glad that you found the stream. We match up like I feel like once or twice a day. So I'm glad that you found the stream and that you dropped a follow. Someone should have gotten him. If Binks is the only creator that pulled Kang, I'm sure he's gonna soak it up. The lies and scandal group nation. Yeah, that's what we ended up spreading a second ago on accident. Is what TLSG stands for. That's not a terrible one. That's not bad. Ooh, so they waived. They can't play over into Plunder Castle. They can't do their Galactus. I think we're okay. I think we make them cap out this lane. We could do Spider-Woman and Demon if Mojo gets pulled. Maybe Spider-Woman gets pulled. We're gonna snap back on him. But Healthy Snacks, I'm glad you found the stream. Did you get a better cut out of Twitch subs or YouTube? YouTube membership for sure. But with Twitch, there's some functionality here that's not available on YouTube that I think makes it much better to stream on. The Odin to re-trigger the wave is not great. So they're gonna do what the Doctor Doom, right? The Heimdall, super interesting. Not what I was expecting them to have played at all. So it's a bigger cut on YouTube. But Twitch has the I'm not entering the game until Kang is in the game. But Twitch allows like the Prime subs that are free and a couple other like cool features that they have. We can't play anything into this lane. I think maybe we just skip and soak in mid and hope that whatever they play here is not worth 10 power. They could have a Doctor Doom with the wave, with the Odin, with the Heimdall. That supports a ramp. They would have had to have top decked it though. And then thank you Chuckins964 names Omega, all for the follows. The least salty gamer. The Black Panther is not gonna do it for him. We do get the 8 cube with the skip here. That one doesn't feel great, but we will absolutely take the 8 cubes where we can. Love your content. Finally caught a stream. I'm glad you finally caught a stream, Magic. I was really banking on being able to do a video on Kang. So now I think I have to ad-lib for tonight's. So I'll have to end a little bit earlier than I normally would. But we started a little bit earlier than we normally would as well. That's weird. Black Panther is in shop for both my accounts. One is C3 complete, one not close. Yeah, enough people got the ultimate variants that I definitely feel like Kang is not in the game. I feel like somebody, with how full all of our collections are, I feel like somebody would have seen him. Freddy Babes was doing a She-Hulk wave deck without Arrow. It was kind of nice. Really, I know that Freddy Babes does some really interesting builds. So he had the really good value Iron Fist into Arrow, and so I may have to look at what he was running. Did it feel about as good as that other one? I think we continue to just try to send them as much junk in this left lane. If we get Shang-Chi, we can most likely swing the Monster Island lane. Junk deck. I love junk decks. Junk decks I feel like are the decks that I really resonate with. Like they fit my playstyle, and being able to kind of try to outposition what the opponent is going to play. They're not always the strongest. They have pretty hard counters to like Killmonger, but otherwise, I think this is one of the best junk deck versions that I've ran, and this is what hard carried me to Infinite this season. So I think we're gonna soak here. We have the Shang-Chi that we can drop on 5. And then we can Spider-Woman on turn 6, depending on what they play and where. I think we might actually snap after this one. We just give them the monster or the Muir Island location. We have Shang-Chi. We can decide whether we want to Spider-Woman to the left or to mid in the last turn, and then finish capping it out with our Titania to the other one, whichever one we didn't play into. We would lose to an arrow. I think most decks right now do. This is a bot. This has to be a bot. Whatever this build is, I feel like it has to be a bot. So we are okay. I think we're fairly confident in being able to win this one. They can't arrow now unless they arrow into mid. You're 1-4 against destroying decks with junk. You're 1-4 against destroying decks with junk. Oh, like Death Wave style decks, you're 1-4 against. I don't know why that was so hard for me to grasp. Yeah, destroy decks like the ones with Killmonger. You're at such a disadvantage against them that I normally retreat out for one.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Hasa, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Oh, we lost that one actually with the Heimdall shift. Oh my gosh. They played us. They played us in the Muir Island. Yeah, the Death Wave Carnage and Killmonger, it's almost an unbeatable match unless you get really lucky with your pools and they get a bad draw. But can't believe we lost that one. The Heimdall. That's 2 games with Heimdall in a row. Which again, I guess maybe it was the same person. Yeah, the Kang one day. We're hoping for Kang. Maybe not today. Maybe on the next shop refresh, and I just stay up late and do a video and just release it in the middle of the night. Yeah, it's the same person again, so we can expect the same kind of shenanigans that they pulled last turn, or last time. This time, hopefully we'll be better prepared for it. Yeah, credits full, suffering from success. I just haven't spent them on this account. I'll spend them eventually, but I don't want to spend too long just spending credits. Is Kang out? I don't want to open my box. So I haven't seen a single person pull Kang Lava Chip, so I would hold off. I'm on my account. I'm holding off until I know somebody actually has it. So is Titania even good? Or is Titania actually good? In certain decks, you have to be very careful with how you use her. She can lose you games if we give them the power to send it back whenever they want. It can get really clunky. But if you do something where you force their hand and you still have room to pull it back, at that point she becomes really, really good. But we're gonna have a Machine World Widow's Bite contest back and forth. I feel it coming now. We're gonna play Black Widow, we're gonna play our demon, and then we'll kind of go from there. Hasa, you said I gotta be off anyways. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you being in the stream. You destroying me with that deck was absolutely the turning point in us testing out Thanos. And so glad to have you in the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and hopefully we catch you back again sometime soon. So we can do Titania and Green Goblin, just to fill up some of their space when they do an eventual Heimdall shift. So we'll send both of them over. It's kind of like a rocket that we send both in that lane. I don't think they play in this lane, though, is the only issue. We get closer to capping out this lane if we do it here, but they would have to play 1 card into this location. And I think we Shang-Chi next turn. They do play 1 card here. And so we are going with the Widow's Bite match back and forth, but we are going to send them both the Titania and the Green Goblin. This is my favorite play about the deck, is that you can send them 2 missiles onto their side of the board, and then you still have room to recall it whenever you want to. So all we have to do is eventually play the Widow's Bite or something small in that lane, and we still back that card. They will have Heimdall to shift, though, is our only issue at this point.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Glad yourself and more people have been trying out Thanos. And it wasn't just me thinking the deck is broken by facing bots all day. Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't you. Once you brought it into the tournament, I think that's when I found I really saw how strong it could be. And then Split the Dark, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That brings us up to 12 for the day. So the support, even like 4 or 5 streams after we transition over, we're still getting some incredible support. So I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you here, Split the Dark. I think we Shang-Chi this turn. They could Heimdall next turn, which is going to be really scary. Ooh, the Green Goblin. Ooh, I don't like any piece of this. They're going to have initiative going to this last turn. They can Heimdall shift before we recall our Titania. This deck is absolutely throwing me for an entire loop. Don't play Widow's Bite. Won't it win right on its own? Yeah, I guess we could have. We could have held it, and we would have one space here to be able to do like a Doc Ock, and then the players. Yeah, you're right, Toby. We should have held it. It's while you're playing an infinite player with your rank being formally 70. Yeah, so Tian did say that there's 3 rank tiers. So 70 can't, an infinite player can't match against anybody lower than 70. But it is still kind of wild. A lot of it is based on MMR. Maybe they don't have the Heimdall. Is that our game plan? Is just hope? They didn't snap. I think, okay, so they didn't. Instead of retreating, I was just going to go ahead and send it because we already lost to them. They didn't snap is the only reason I didn't think they had what they needed. And so it looks like they didn't draw their Heimdall out. Luckily for us. You make the best faces and love the haircut. I appreciate it because I'm not like over the top like expressionful. So I'm glad that the the faces are entertaining. We're up to 71 still. Since we don't have Kang, I've still been like keeping an eye on Discord and like seeing if anybody has gotten it, and I haven't seen anything. So unfortunately, I don't think he's real. He's just hanging out in time. And then thank you for the follows, by the way. Let me pull it back up. I switched off of it, but Brian and Kino Pio plays. Thank you guys both for the follows. I'm gonna go ahead and play our hood over to the right. Or I'm sure you've explained it already. Why the switch to Twitch? 69 plus 1 cube, almost there. You're almost there. Did you get Kang? I don't know that Kang is actually out. I haven't seen anybody pull it, but on both of my accounts, I got ultimate variant. But the switch to Twitch is largely driven just because there's a lot of tension between YouTube, and so if I release a video, so I oftentimes have been releasing them kind of midday, like 10 or 11 a.m. And if I release it midday and then I want to stream some, they're cannibalizing each other, so they're competing against each other. And so here, whenever I feel like I want to or need to or can, I can launch a stream and not have to worry about having those potential issues. And then Brocktoon, you said somebody on the Snap fan Discord said it. So I'm gonna, let's see. Copy the link. Hopefully it's nothing bad. Oh yeah, that one's a fake. So Kang, the card Kang is over the token, like the purple token field. Oh no, you're okay. I got by it earlier. And I shared a very similar link. So since he is over that field, that's not how the cards actually pop up. I got by one earlier, so don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, Brock. So we capped out their left lane. Cerebro right now is buffing up the rock. If it's the rare Cerebro 0, they might have us. Otherwise, I think we're okay. I don't really want to do Polaris. I don't really want to waste our demon either. I guess we will. We can do demon and Polaris to make sure our Mojo and Debris stay put. Otherwise, they're going to be really negative over there. Shouldn't your YouTube channel be renamed to TYVG since the switch? The YouTube video guy? Yeah, that probably would be a better name for it. That's not the direction I wanted to go with this. We can, I think we Doc Ock here. And then on the last turn, we send him a Viper and see if... I mean, we have a couple of cards that... Oh, we can't send... If we Doc Ock, we won't be able to send him Viper. Okay. I guess we're really going to see if it's Cerebro 0 or not. Okay, so the Shang-Chi comes down. It takes care of our Doc Ock, unfortunately. The Valkyrie. So it's a Cerebro 3. So they're going to win the right lane. They're changing the left lane. They lost a lot of their umph, right? Ooh, I know what we can do. We can do the Spider Woman. That should steal their Cerebro buff away from whatever lane we played in. Right now, we're still winning the right lane, and so they don't have any other buffs, right? Spider Woman should keep the Cerebro. Oh, never mind. They don't have the Cerebro 3 bonus. So do they spread it here? They have Blade. They normally save for Valkyrie. Do they play multiple? I think they at least play for Strange Academy. If we change this location and they play for Strange Academy, then they'll lose the Cerebro bonus here as well. Oh, wait, there's one extra turn. Oh. The magic almost got us. I guess we Viper into mid. Unless they... Are they going to Rhino? Why is Cerebro 3 giving me so many problems? If they Rhino the Limbo location, you could Viper a strong card? We could, but Vipering Spider-Woman feels bad. They don't Rhino Limbo, because then they just lose, right? If we played anything here. But they could play in both. We're going to Spider-Woman. We're going to go for it. Then we do have the chance to Viper a card as well. Your second channel could have been Tlsg. What would be the O there for that one, Mystic? Second dinner following lore. Kang was released to everybody's client, and then he reset everybody's client and just disappeared, just as intended. Yep, no Kang. No one. Yeah, we weren't able to pull Kang, unfortunately. Not yet. Eventually, he will happen. We could get some value with the Titania if they don't cap out this lane, maybe? Raid? Hey, Mogwai, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. I saw that you didn't get Kang either. I feel like nobody... I haven't seen anybody actually pull Kang. But I appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream and you have a great rest of your day. And then anybody from Mogwai's stream, thank you for being here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the non-Kang content that everybody's having to put out because nobody pulled him. And thank you so much for all the follows. We had so many follows flood through. I cannot keep up with all the names. I appreciate all you guys for being here. You guys are incredibly welcome. I'm so glad to have you on the channel. Ayo, Tlsg on Twitch. We are on Twitch. Finally, we finally made the change. I think it's the change that we needed. It's definitely a change for the better. Okay, damage control complete. Got my lost cubes back and then some. 8 cuber. Oh, so they do cap out the Strange Academy lane. I guess we could have titanied into Starlight Citadel. We're gonna get taken for the 4 cubes from the Cerebro 3. That one's tough. Unofficial at Mogwai stream. It is the unofficial raid, or it's the official raid, but the unofficial Mogwai stream. Thank you again for the... Mogwai went to raid you, but he forgot, so here we are. No, it definitely went through. The stream, like I was streaming to like, I think it was like 200. He definitely got the stream to the raid to go through, but I appreciate the unofficial one. He forgot to click the button. The raid worked for a lot of people. It brought him over. You are on Twitch now? Yeah, so we made this switch about a week ago over to Twitch, and it's been phenomenal so far. There's a lot of functionality here that just YouTube streaming can't provide. So one being like the raid environment. So being able to like keep the community like close to each other and not feel like you're streaming into a silo is something that I really, really like about the Twitch platform itself. And thanks for all the follows coming through. I think I'm going to turn off that notification for a little bit. But I do appreciate all of the follows that are coming through. I think we jumped by like 100 since you guys rated. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Was waiting for Kang in my shop, got Sentry. Yeah, I haven't seen a single person pull it. I haven't seen a single person that pulled Kang, unfortunately. No, I haven't gotten Kang. I have 2 accounts. We got ultimate variants on both. Can't get the screen cap in, but it's there. It's just pinned. So once I see somebody with like somebody that has it, I saw a screenshot on the Discord, but not sure if it's real. So if the card is over the purple overlay for where the token cost is, it's photoshopped, like poorly photoshopped, but photoshopped. Because I saw a couple, and I actually linked it to my chat as well, because I got God as well. Yeah, there are several fakes, but how did everyone know Kang was out? So they have a release schedule, and so every week the new weekly card comes out at 1 p.m. my time, or on this shop refresh, and it just unanimously nobody was able to do it this time around. Run some Agent Coulson to see if he's in the game. I mean, we could try and get some 5 costs. So we just win this way, and I think we're good. Thank you so much for snapping. I was just about redeeming your snap. I feel bad because I was just about to snap anyways. Kang is in the game. Have you seen it? F4 all day? How can I post a screenshot from mobile into Twitch? Takani, I'm not for sure. Maybe he got it delayed with all his tweets about possible infinite loops. Maybe he did. Maybe he decided to pump the brakes a little bit. So we win the left lane. I think we're just going to pull their cards into limitless. They only have a few resources left. I think it's a bot as well, so we should have a pretty easy time here. You'd have to upload it to something that's in link. Yeah, something like Discord, but do not stream on YouTube anymore. I haven't been. So on YouTube, there's a couple of things. So there's like there's not the channel point. You don't get the cool interaction with chat. There's a few features that aren't there that are here. And then additionally, like I feel like I'm streaming to a silo on YouTube. So like discoverability is really, really tough, and it has strife with releasing a video at the same time. And so I definitely think that the switch to Twitch is a good one for the long term. Why not both? It stops pumping your video as well because it's going to promote your live stream. That and my internet's not good enough. I streamed to both for a little bit, but it didn't pan out. So we get double value out of the Spider Woman. I mean, they only have 2 cards in hand, so even if they do a Moon Girl, they're not going to get that much value. We're going to reduce the power of all of these. I think this is the way. How can I? So Nightbot will remove the links, but I can see the link and check it on my end. You got Kang in your token shop. Only have 500. Elite Marshmallow. Do you really? I've seen a lot of like fake screenshots. I haven't seen any that were actually real. Not saying that you're lying, but just all of the screenshots that I've seen were like photoshopped. And so if you actually have it, Kang is in my shop now. Was he there before? Like, was he there on refresh, or did it just like pop up later? I'll have it up in a few, hopefully. Once I see one that like looks real, or I can get confirmation that it's actually in the game, I have like 40 reserves that I'm going to pull through. You didn't check it right at refresh? That might have been the key. If it's actually in the game, I have like 40 reserves that I can try and pull to see if I can make Kang happen. But if not, we'll do a different video for tonight, and we'll do Kang tomorrow. Anyone who has a shared Discord to share screen with streamer? Oh, I'd even take a screenshot that looks real. It's there. Want me to get a screenshot or maybe a GIF? Yeah. If are you in the Discord? Wait, Melon Juice. You said you reset. Oh, okay, Melon Juice. You had me. I was about ready to close down the game and load it back up. Reddit has some great photoshops. They do. My Thanos and Galactus deck is stealing 8 cubes. I have one built that another streamer was using that I think is an interesting build. I haven't had much success with it, but I think it looks it functions very well. always takes players by surprise. Yeah, especially when you see Thanos, you're expecting like the high value versions, and then all of a sudden you get hit with that. It would take me by surprise too, honestly. Kang is in my shop, but his name is spelled Thanos. And then Wolver, thank you so much for the raid as well. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Thank you for jumping over and joining us. More people in Discord are sharing their Kangs. Are they really? Let's see. Do we have some in my Discord, or is it just across the official Discord? If they're fakes, they're good. Are they? Is it on the official Discord? Okay, well this one looks real. This one OBG Nick shared in my Discord. It looks real. Post in your general, yeah. So if you're in my Discord, that one looks real to me. Either they took some time to like actually Photoshop him behind the token element. I don't know. That one looks real. Urko Snap, thank you so much for the resub for 2 months. Nice to see you back on Twitch after the previous tests. Yeah, so the initial tests were inconclusive, so I needed to do some more testing, but it has been going phenomenally this time. I'm here to stay now. So I'm glad that you're back. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I'll buy it and show before and after. You don't have to buy it. I was just waiting for one that looked like it was real, because a lot of the photoshops were real bad. So I'll open my reserves right after this. I think we win this one every time, right? And then Rejha, thank you so much for the follow and all of the other follows that came through. I'm afraid to turn back on the notifications just because I think they're built up. Maybe if I refresh the alert, it'll catch us up live. And then Von Scarl, thank you so much for the follow as well. Any news on Kang? No news on Kang, but I have seen a lot of people with believable screenshots coming through. And so I think I'm going to open up my reserves and take my shot. It was not the last turn. Oh my gosh, I need to pay more attention. I thought last turn was the last. I thought last turn was the last turn. Oof. Okay. Can we still win? We have initiative now, which feels bad with our Titania. I think we lose now. I need to pay more attention. 69 rank and 89 cubes. Multiple screenshots of claimed in official Discord. All right. We'll go out of this one. Let's switch over to the main account, and we will open up, it's like 40-something reserves that we have. I just uploaded an image and video of Kang. His name is Draco. Yeah, now that some people are seeing it, I don't know if maybe all the streamers just like jumped the gun and checked the store too quickly, and it wasn't quite ready yet on the refresh, and so it had some time to buffer. I don't know, or if we all just unanimously had bad luck. But we have about 40 reserves to test our luck. Can we join your Discord? Yeah, the Discord is completely open. And so if you follow this link, you're more than welcome to jump in and join over there. Alexander, it is released. And so did you load it up? You have it? Alexander, that's huge. Maybe, was it in your shop so you had to wait? You didn't open the game until after it was confirmed released? Alexander, I believe. Let's open up our reserves. We have 37. So maybe the key was to not jump the gun. Late refreshers got him, but not early ones. And all of the streamers, were on it when the shop refreshed. And so let's not a bad variant from our second reserve. After this, Alexander, if you don't mind, would you jump into battle mode with us? I'd love to just see it. We're gonna open our caches because now we have a chance to pull him, and then we'll kind of go from there. I just got the same variant. That's not a bad variant. I like the burger shop one better, but that one I think is 1200, so you can't pull it naturally. Oh, it's zoomed? Okay. There we go. That should be a little bit better for you guys. Battle mode Mindscape. Let's go. That way I can get the screenshot saying that I have Kang. Mogo, I got that variant too? Really? 40 caches with 0.25% chance. If you go with the gambler's mentality, the gambler's fallacy, I have opened 7,000, 8,000 collection levels worth of reserves and not pulled a single Series 5. If that helps my odds, it truly doesn't. But eventually the odds would weigh out in the end. It doesn't help my individual pull rate, but it's that copium that gets me by. I also got Sauron, so I don't have Sauron, or I have Sauron, so Kang is my only card that's unreleased that I don't own. So if I pull a card, it's Kang. Kang got released 30 minutes after the shop rollover. Oh, Derek, that feels so bad. I'm gonna have to like slow play it next time just to wait. Every reserve is 50%. Either you get him or you don't. That's so I thought we got him. They rolled us all. They absolutely rickrolled us all into checking our shops early. Alexander was the only patient one, it seems. Hey, I pulled this one on our alternate account too earlier today. So if you've been on the stream very long, I'm glad that I have it on my main account now. You pulled Dazzler and Stature and Caches last week. Wow, that's incredible luck, Atomic. I haven't pulled a single S5 in that many levels. I was reading KM Best Discord like crazy. Hey, you guys want to see something funny? Oh, the troll is real. We're gonna upgrade our new variants, and then we have like 2 more chances at pulling it. If not, I may need to. We'll do one battle with Alexander if you want to. That way we can see Kang in action, and then we'll kind of be able to go from there. Is it possible to get Series 5 cards in the collector's reserves? It is. It's very small chance. It's like a 0.25% chance to pull it. But the chance is there. Yeah, it's a small fraction. I keep lying to myself and saying because I haven't pulled one in so long, I'll eventually pull it. And eventually it'll happen. It's just, it doesn't make it any more likely for each individual reserve. Yeah, for some people, 0.25 is 0. Yeah, that's true. So you're going to take the leap to make this your full-time job? I know you used to stream during your lunch during the week. I don't know. I want to. But I also have to make sure that it is no pity system for fools, not for Series 5. I have to make sure that it is something that is stable for me and my family. So I want to, but I'm also going to do it a little bit cautiously. I pulled Sir for a week before he went to Series 4. Oh, Jordan, that one's tough. Pulling it early. Mogwai pulled it finally today with Sentry. Sentry's Series 4 now. He pulled Sauron, right? Not Sentry? I hate that the only pull 5 card I pulled so far was Sentry when he was still in pull 5. Yeah, that one feels tough. Like on my alternate account, I pulled Thanos. That's the only Series 5 card I've gotten over both accounts. I pulled Thanos on that account, and I'm glad that it was not a bad Series 5. It's one that at least is going to stay there, and so I don't feel bad, using him or having him because it's never going to be downgraded. Yep, unless you pull Thanos, Galactus, or Kang, they're all going to drop eventually. We have, I think, what, one more, maybe 2 more reserves for chances. He pulled Sauron and Sentry. Yeah, so the Sauron is the Series 5. Sentry went down to Series 4. But still pulling that. Sorry, I had to restart my stream. Have we played against Kang yet? We haven't. Paper got Kang too. That's huge. All of us that were too antsy, we jumped the gun and checked our shops. We're paying the price. So we're gonna use the few credits that we have left. I think we have this last collector's reserve to pull. Maybe one more, depending on what the reward is, to try to get Kang. Kang is definitely out now. He wasn't before. So he wasn't whenever it officially first refreshed, but now some people are getting are pulling him. Let's use the last of our tokens. I'm sure we got another new variant somewhere up here. The goose. The goose looks good. I guess patience really is a virtue. Yeah, Alexander was the only one that I know of that held that patience. Kang is out, but more importantly, D Money released his Get Leeched on. Is that a song? Did he release did he drop a Marvel Snap song? The guy called Brody just helped you to make sure that it was available before you loaded. I tried a version of Cerebro 5 for the throne room hot location. I don't have Titania or Miles, so it's not working now that the hot location is expired. I don't know that Cerebro 5 is ever like super good. I have decks built out for the Cerebro challenge. I haven't ventured into testing it just yet. But I want to do the Cerebro challenge. I haven't taken the leap to do the full thing. That would be 225 that we would need. No, we don't quite have enough. I mean, we could get it with the season pass, but let's go against Alexander. We're gonna run Thanos. No, maybe we don't run Thanos. That's not even the best version of Shuri anymore. I haven't played Shuri in so long. Maybe we'll try this one. All right, Alexander, whenever you're ready, if you'll shoot me a message with the battle mode code, I'll type it in and join you. Guy on fire, you want the big bads? The big bads without the third big bad? we'll run it. And then D Money, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. So somebody popped in, said that you just released Get Leeched on. But I don't know. It sounds impressive. Something I'm gonna have to check out. How about last stream's deck? The one that runs that floods the board. We'll run the big bad just to rub salt in the wound that we refreshed too early. And then we're gonna go up against Alexander in his patience that was able to pull Kang. How did you do the let the deck changed instantly? So I have it capturing the window. So the deck overlay window. So if I hover my mouse over it, it actually will show the abilities and everything. So whenever I change it, it just instantly switches. How is Null not classified as a big bad? Because he's not permanently in Series 5. That's what I classified as the big bad. Not that like Null isn't super dangerous or super strong, but wait for next month. Yeah, I'm just mean. Oh, by comic standards, I don't know. Yeah, I think Null is a newer character, right? Screen is not correct. Oh, thank you. Swap sides. D-Money at 2 seconds ago. Kang is OP in HQ. What's HQ? I think we'll change it to Kamartaj, which is not incredible for us. Thank you guys all for the follows, by the way. Everyone dropping follows. And I didn't miss any subs, right? No, our last one was Urko. So I appreciate the tier 1s and prime subs that have been coming through. I think we're gonna go ahead and power stone. Next turn we can do wave into potentially a destroyer. Even in the comics, Null isn't as iconic as Thanos, Galactus, or Kang. Oh, does he not get at his as big of an arc? He's the creator of the symbiotes, like Venom. He's older. Oh, really? I thought his comic line was a little bit newer. Telling you the basket gets +2 power every time it moves. When empty, the basket power is reset. So I can never empty it. He's just newer. I gotcha. Oh, they reconned a lot of the stuff, a lot of the symbiote stuff. Oh, I gotcha. Does anyone have Kang yet? So actually, we're facing against Alexander, who has Kang. He played the patience game. He waited very patiently to be able to pull it, and I think his patience definitely paid off. So the Doc Ock would stop the Cosmo would stop the Doc Ock from pulling, would stop the Destroyer from pulling as well. I think we're going to do Destroyer mid. How long did he have to wait to check the shop? I think he said he waited about 30 minutes. until there was confirmation that the card was actually in the game. Before we're gonna see Kang come down. Does Kang have a cool animation, I wonder? Let's see. Over 10 years since his first appearance in... There's the Kang. That's unfortunate. That could have been us. Had we played it patiently, not checked our shop, that could be us. That could be us. Beautiful. The 5-0. Look at what your opponent did and then restart your turn. Oh, okay. And so, oh. Do we have to click it? Oh, we both get a chance to kind of look at what happened and then we rewind the turn? Interesting. So we draw the same card we drew before. So since we drew
welcome.
Death,
It took you long enough.
the Stag Man. Thank you so much for the prime or for the tier 1 sub. So that's a really sleek animation. I really like that. Oh man, that's so cool. We redraw the same card. If he drew Kang on turn 5 and then played it on turn 5, he draws an additional card. And so he only has 2 left in his deck. I assume that that's what happened. Is that he drew it right then. Oh, that feels tough. That's a really sleek animation. Yeah, I played Destroyer last turn. I played Professor X at the start of the Kang turn. If he draws another card instead of Kang. Yeah, so it's only if you drew Kang that turn, because then you can no longer draw your Kang. If you drew it on turn, as far as I'm aware, if you drew it on turn 1 and then play him on 5, I don't think you get a new draw. You just redraw whatever you drew already. So yeah, there's some really so cool. I'm so jealous. Oh man, that could have been us. Take my money. I know, like if we could make this happen, and if we had been just a little more patient, we could have. So now the question is Doc Ock or Thanos? Roll Thanos to the left. Wait, you both get to restart the turn? Yep. So it gives you insight into what both people are playing. So by using that information, he was able to slip Hawk into the raft, which is incredible. Take my money. Yeah, the Soul Stone draws cards and makes their Hawk smaller. Yeah, but I don't think it'd make it small enough. Yeah, Kang is going to fit incredibly well into Thanos. Incredibly well. So it's like sadly well. Because of the lockjaw factor, you can draw them more consistently. Did you open your chest? I did. I opened the chest. I opened about 40. I even spent the credits that I got from them, and I wasn't able to pull them, unfortunately. So we do have Galactus in our starting hand. If we can get our Time Stone, our Wave, one of our ramp components, maybe we can stop Kang. But he can just play Kang on 5 and then see that we played Galactus. But isn't Kang a bad pull from Lockjaw? I don't think so. So if he rotates with Lockjaw, then the next turn he's no longer there, but the card he rotated into is. And so he's going to be really good with Lockjaw. It's a free rotation. Plus you get the information from the opponent. You might be the first content creator to have Kang games recorded. I might be. And Alexander was the one that just... He saw the future. He waited. Next time we're gonna gotta get a video on YouTube ASAP. I know. That's what I read from the Twitter interactions. I haven't been able to see it myself, but I believe that's how it functions. Yep, Kang can be played on turn 6 as well. So you can do it on turn 5 or turn 6, or earlier if you happen to draw into it. So like if they wave you, you can do Kang to get the information of what they're planning, like leave the stream and get a video up. We might. Yeah, easy YouTube short with clip of them playing it. Yeah, that's true. That's true, D-Money. We just clip the short, throw it up. Might be the first one that's on YouTube. I do need to record tonight's video because I was really banking on being able to do Kang, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. We played our Time Stone last time, but we shouldn't have. We can Psylocke now. Next turn we can do Galactus over into the Crimson Cosmos. If they haven't drawn Kang, we're hoping they don't draw Kang. Never mind, we can't ramp into our Galactus. I switched to your stream just in time to catch it. Yeah, it's a very sleek animation. I'm like, I think it's, I don't know that it's quite Galactus level, but it's a very solid animation that I'm sure over time might get.
Hey, welcome.
And then
It took you
Marley,
long
thank you
enough.
so much for the Prime sub. I'm sure over time it might get repetitive, but we're gonna jump out of this one and see if we can see the Kang interaction one more time. Kang resets the snaps. Kang resets the snaps if they happen that turn. So if they happen the turn that Kang played it, or that Kang was played, then he'll reset them back to pre that turn state. And so after this battle, I'm gonna try and get the animation to play one more time, and then we will we'll clip it. We'll throw it on YouTube for everyone to watch. So it'll be over there very, very shortly. So we're gonna wave here. We can't wave here. We're gonna wave next turn into the Galactus. If we wave and they're able to play Kang, they'll be able to counter it. So it's only if they happen that turn. So if it happened on turn 1, those will stay. So yeah, he's better. I think he's better than Daredevil. He gives you different information. Your opponent can adjust, but they don't see it coming. Daredevil is on the board, so they know to play around it. So I think they both have different strengths, and just depending on which one you're playing. The Eternity range, if he plays over in the Eternity range, then we won't have the free slot. Can you increase the sound of the game? How's that? How's that in comparison to the mic audio? And so just in case he decides to drop Kang here. Daredevil has 2 powers, so they have different strengths. I don't think they're similar, but they're played vastly different. Ah, okay, so the arrow comes down. Yeah, on ladder you can bluff snap. On the turn you're going to play Kang. Yep. Yep, it gives you an extra bit of information. Is your opponent actually confident or not? After Kang does his thing, is he counted as discarded or dead? I think he just is no longer there. But you get a whole lot of different. You get much different information from the Kang interaction. Yeah, you can get the free bluff snap. But if they ever counter you with a Cosmo, it's gonna feel really bad. The Cosmo counter is gonna feel really tough to compete against. So Kang hides in a Nexus event. We pull their Cosmo, their Moon Girl, their Valkyrie. Very interesting build. I don't think we ever overcome the left lane though. Let's jump out, see if we can get another Kang interaction. And it looks like Alexander has built a list that runs both Daredevil and Kang. Yeah, so we actually saw Kang played out just a second ago. The animation is really, really cool. I'm gonna play through one more because Alexander, who we're playing against, has him. And I think it's too early. 2 seconds ago, I think it's a little bit too early to tell if Kang is like truly worth it. I think a little bit more time will have to go into like people refining decks with him, and then if there are easy ways to counter it once he's there. He has the Seer deck. You can't escape. Yeah, he sees all. He can play turn 5, turn 6. Yeah, he has a lot of nice cards. He is a Valkyrie enjoyer, and he builds it in a way that I can never even imagine, or I don't think I could play effectively either. Yeah, so he's a tough card to evaluate. I think we will have to see him in action for a little while to really know if it's worth it or not. You can play Watu as well. That way you just see everything. The Daredevil is an interesting one that I hadn't thought about yet. What's his interaction with Luke's bar or cloning vats? I think since I don't know for sure, but I think it still functions as intended. I think it would still trigger the on reveal, and then you would rewind the turn, but Kang wouldn't be in your hand, is what I would imagine. We haven't seen it, but I would imagine that's how it happens. I just got to 60 finally 5 minutes ago and got the Pixel Fantastic as my reward. It could be worse. There are worse ones. I think we do the time stone here. We can do the time stone. That's going to let us do Galactus next turn. This could be a good use case for him using Kang. You could prolong the game infinitely. Yeah, if that wasn't how it worked, it could be the infinite loop for sure. Oh wait, he has Daredevil. We can't do Galactus at all. Yeah, we're still playing against Kang. We're still gonna do. I guess we do. He sees the turn though. We're gonna let one play all the way out until the end to see if he still plays Kang. I think he should, if he has it in hand. There's the Kang. We get the cool animation with Kang again. And so after it triggers, actually I'll be quiet for the short. That's They didn't want you to see the cool animation, guys. They said it was too epic. Kang broke the game. That's an amazing YouTube short for us. we have the content for. Oh, we got the content that you need. He called that out of the timeline. So Daredevil's still active. Yeah, we're not gonna do the Galactus. But something I didn't think about as well. He played Agent Coulson. How did he play Agent Coulson along with it? Oh no, he saw. Oh, so we pulled his Agent Coulson. He knows what Agent Coulson would generate into his hand before it actually happens. Yeah, I'm jealous of the Kang too. I'm very jealous. Wait. How do we have a second Kang? Oh, the Moon Girl? No, okay. It played through the first time. It played through the first time. We just want to see the interaction. Are we ever going to end this turn? The Kang is too strong. The Kang is too much for us. It was Kang's variant. We destroyed He Who Remains, and so now it's the Conqueror that comes. We're stuck in a time loop now, son. Oh no. Was it the Hawk? Okay, no, it's not the Kang this time around. Oh my gosh. Tlsg, I've come to bargain. You've come to bargain. What are we bargaining for? Korg, Agent Coulson. I've seen this all before. Got from Jeff's stream that Kang can't be randomly generated. The tech they use requires that Kang is in your starting deck. Really? He still got Kang. No, I think Kang would have disappeared, right? At this point? I don't know. We're gonna lose to it. We're gonna see if maybe it'll trigger again. I doubt he still has it. It should be gone. The bug variant of Kang won't let us see the animation. We'll do one more to see if we can get the animation to play out. We are getting absolutely demolished here. I want to see it play out. We saw it the one time, so even if we can't, we will clip it from the stream after this, and then we'll load it onto YouTube as a short. So make sure you follow the channel over there. But we just want to see it one more time. I just got a notification that Kang is out. We have Token Tuesday live. Yeah, so he's out. He wasn't in the shop on refresh though. So a lot of people checked the shop too early, and then now they can't get it, myself included. Yeah, definitely YouTube. We're gonna definitely YouTube the animation. The animation itself is sick. It might crash due to Daredevil. Too many interactions going on. We'll see if after this one Maybe after. Can you test the snap reset as well? That would come down to Alexander, I think. Did he? No, these are the double stakes one. Yeah, I think that would come down to Alexander. I'm gonna play the. We're just gonna kind of breeze through these. Snap on turn 5. We can snap on turn 5 if he has it. If he has it in his hand, he might not. We'll try it for you guys. This could be it. I think that was the BM snap too, because it would be 4 max regardless. Let's see if he has the Kang. You have your Kang in shop with only 500? Oh no, he doesn't have Kang. Maybe we pull it? No, he must not have it in his hand. He does have it in his hand. Why did he play it? The Kang into the Absorbing Man would be pretty fun too. Could it work that way? I don't know that it would count as your last card played. There we go. We got the animation to fully play through. We can end the stream happy. That animation is sick. And it resets the snap, so it's back down to 2 now. I want it so bad. Kang, yeah, he shouldn't work with Absorbing Man. We don't know if he... I guess I don't really know if he does or not, but... and thank you for the follows, by the way. Everyone that's dropped a follow, and then Marley for the Prime sub a while back. Thank you guys. Yeah, it says game over, final turn. Yeah, no, so the last couple of times that Kang was played, it crashed on us. And then Toyas, thank you so much for resubbing as a Prime member for 2 months now. The support is very greatly appreciated. I don't think we even steal a single win versus him here. We can't play anything. We can't win this lane no matter what we do over there. Play Galactus for the memes? All right, we'll play Galactus for the memes. The audio is bugged though. Yeah, the audio sticks at the normal audio. I definitely think he has a solid Kang build, unfortunately for us. I mean, fortunately that he was able to share it with us, because that animation is amazing. That resets the snaps. We're gonna jump out of this one. I do have to do a couple things for work. I have to figure out tonight's video, but I wanted to see it. I'm gonna clip it. It'll be on YouTube in probably 20 minutes. I'm gonna clip the animation with Kang, so that we can share it on YouTube. So make sure that you follow us over there. It is in the About Me below, and I can get you guys the link as well. So if you're not familiar with the YouTube channel, a lot of our content is over there, and so definitely make sure that you're following. If you enjoyed Marvel Snap, if you enjoy my content, make sure you're following over there as well. The YouTube channel is going to be here. I don't know why the YouTube or exclamation point YouTube command doesn't work as intended, and so we're gonna go ahead and snap that, or we're gonna go ahead and load up the short, and then let's figure out somebody to raid really quickly. Thank you guys for the amazing stream. Even though we weren't able to pull Kang, I appreciate each and every one of you, all of the follows, all of the support with the Prime chats, or all the Prime subs, and just being here to hang out and enjoy the content. Do we have anyone that we want to raid, guys? Does anyone have a particular Marvel creator, Marvel Snap streamer that they just want to send some support over to? I know Jeff's live.
It seems like they're...
Let's see. Yogi? Collins? Looks like we... Yeah, Jeff doesn't need the views. It's true. Go to Educated Collins? All right. We can send the love over to Educated Collins. Very, very high-end player, similar to like KM Best. And so very analytical. I think you guys will enjoy it. Jeff is the big boss. That's true. So we're going to go ahead and stream raid over there. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. I appreciate you guys for being here and hanging out with me for a little bit. And I'll catch you guys in the next stream. And hopefully we'll have Kang by then. So as always, this has been TLSG. Later, guys.